Hello, let's see how everything works. Oh. And it just so happens that we have everything perfectly in order. Perhaps the only thing lacking would be this monitoring fixed, and then the fact that our chat connection still could drop every now and then, so if I don't react to your very clever messages, then that may not be because I didn't witness them to begin with, and not just because I can't read. So give a repeat a chance. Today, game-wise, we have some goals, but the thing I thought would be nice to mention was that during this streaming experience that we are having, one of the sub goals is to encourage people to think about things more often in general. I witnessed some chess games this morning and it was as fun as ever. Didn't have a chance to play myself, but perhaps in the nearest future that will also happen. But I find it curious that we have a few sports and activities that are considered apolitical in our Western system, at least that's what my Finnish background tells me. So that we should always remember that sports doesn't have anything to do with politics, and likewise, sports can cover a huge realm of things. So, for example, games these days, esports, playing video games, or streaming more analog games like solitaire or chess can be considered sport. And I find it curious that we have games where, for example, in chess, we have pieces that are generally white and black, and they are forced to encounter each other and fight to the death of their king, and once the king is killed, all hope is lost. Or, of course, the king can't be killed in a sense, but once he is forced to surrender, then all hope is lost and everyone lays down their weapons. Unlike every other piece in the game, we can lose our queen, but life goes on. But as soon as king is about to drop dead, we must forfeit. And that, for example, is like the rules can be anything, of course, but it might be curious thing to wonder, and there are probably researchers that have been doing this. I haven't just done my background research with this new idea of mine. It's very new and very novel. That what might be the reasoning behind that, and why have we chosen and sticked with the king instead of, for example, queen, or having a chance for the player to decide which piece is the one after which they are willing to admit that they are defeated, and could we then alter the rules in such a fashion that if our most important piece can only move one step to a chosen direction at any turn, then could it be that if we chose that queen is our most important character on the field, then the king gets a chance to move like the queen does currently in this default rule setting, or something totally different. And now there have been discussions regarding the problem that nations in general have whenever they are hostilely attacked, and the reaction expected from them. So if a citizen is killed in a terrorist attack or in a more or less open warfare, then it must be paid for by the opponent. And it would be really nice also to see a chess variant where losing just a single piece would mean that the leadership has failed the nation and the game ends there. At least some Western countries are leaning towards that in a sense, but of course in a practical manner people die all the time and it causes no harm. Well, it could be an individual loss and reason to be sad about and tragedy and whatnot, but usually unless it's a president or some person of importance, the nation marches on. So there's a very gimmicky realpolitik atmosphere or the belief that every citizen is very important, but if they are not really actually very important, then their loss is just very tolerable thing in the end. Something that we can mourn about, but we have more urgent matters to act upon now, so we don't have time for that. War must go on until the very important person dies, and then we must admit that okay, well, this was it. Without him, usually, we cannot win. So we better admit that we have lost. So why is it like that? Now, after we were able to solve that problem, or at least touch upon that problem, we have a chance to take a look at today's games. This is only the 6th day of ladder competitive games and playing, and we have still quite a few miles to go before if we are ever going to reach the level that we of course hope we can reach, but few takeaways from the past days have been summed in the screen, and you have probably been bored to death to read that for the last 15 minutes. But I've come to notice that usually if there's water, then it might make sense to create a dock, so even though it requires some action from my part, then it might still be worth it, because otherwise I'm giving up the chance to build economy on two fronts using the villagers, humans, and then the fishing boats that may be human as well, that my opponent is probably doing. And or if I'm not doing that, then there must be a very clever strategy to try to implement that, saving the couple of hundred of wood and some actions are worthwhile. And the other more major thing is about game sense, since last time we lost a few games and they were very good teaching or learning material. They taught me well, my opponents, that for example if there's pressure in my town, I should probably try to get rid of the attacking forces instead of counting that a few idle minutes here and there won't make too much of a difference. Especially if I do have the army that could solve the problem, then perhaps I would do wisely to save the villagers back home first, and only after that start pushing my opponent. Especially, again, if I'm just throwing away skirmishers while archers are killing villagers in my town, like happened just a few days ago. Alright, let's see what happens now that I have more or less set my pieces, or set my pieces. And later on we might have a chance to, given enough time, to check whether we have learned anything actually, or if we are still stuck doing the same mistakes all over again. Later means like 2 years from now. I probably am not going to be too good at explaining the basic rules of these games. This game, when compared to something more widely known, such as chess. But feel free to ask if you are at any point lost during this, since I'm planning on explaining my actions, and it would probably make more sense to the listener if they have a clue about the terminology. And if you are well taught and already know about Age of Empires, then of course everything should be clear, and the only painful thing is not being able to fix the game as I play, since only having a chance to backseat, if I'm even reading the comments, can be painful, if also very fun. And now, just to remind myself, since we are playing 4 lakes, and start with a lake of our own, and also there are 2 neutral lakes and my opponent has 1, I could try to improve from the last game by securing the own lake of mine rather soon, and also trying to verify whether there are forwards threading my lake, and verifying how my opponent is doing with the neutral lakes, presuming that he or she is probably going to utilize their own, at least if they have played this map before. Let's see. And I am Teutons and facing Celts. Now Celts get this wood cutting bonus, so they should be able to. Just some time ago, I watched Doubt spectating a game where the Viper was facing Hera on best of 21. That's probably a few years old game by now, or series, I think. And there, he mentioned that the Celts are not necessarily very good Civ in 1 versus 1 on most of the maps, but if there's ever a chance for them to shine, it's probably going to be a hybrid map. And by hybrid he means a map where there is not only land, as is very common to maps, but also some water elements, so they can utilize them the wood cutting bonus that much more in that much more better fashion. Whereas Teutons, I have 4 knights, if I'm not mistaken, and then I should probably, oh yeah, well, some mistakes have been made, but that's part of the game. So we should probably start wood cutting if we are ever planning on doing anything of use during the game, since our economy would very much benefit from having this dock I've been speaking about non-stop for the last week. Also a thing that I noticed last game on this 4 lakes map was that okay, let's see how this goes. Everything goes fine. Was that if I happen to have this back wood, then it might be worth utilizing that in case of any aggression, or if I'm facing any aggression. No, yeah, well, things are more or less good. Alright, but I could use a house. All this is very interesting, of course. I think I should be trying to get to the dock even faster than I currently am. 150 wood. There's one more. And perhaps to elaborate the last point, what I meant was it would help me if I do witness that I don't actually have a back forest at all, because in that case that might, if I do know how to play this game, it might affect my decision making. Oh, alright, well, that's how it goes. Dun, dun, dun. So a few more villages. I think I'm quite late with my uptime, and my opponent is already walling and doing better job at that. But we also have in addition to this idea of having some fishing ships, we are also planning to do some early aggression. Let's see how this goes. And up we go. Ooh. It's almost as if there is a forward at my base. Since their scout was visiting nearby. Let's see what happens. Yeah, and I should probably be wise to create a loom to protect my few villages as well. Oh, so my town center can carry some more. Or yeah, okay, well, I knew that. Yes, so we are going to do a very clever archery play soon, if given a chance. And I should probably try to utilize the fact that goodbye. Well, that tells me that they may have not been too skillful, but it could also be losing their scout like that is not usually a preferred thing to happen, so it's not a very preferable thing, but it could also be because they were doing something very clever elsewhere, for example creating a forward at my general direction. We may never get to know about that, but let's create. Oh, now it's a similar thing is happening elsewhere. Okay, that's only fair. And now that we have this archer range, we can try to add a few archers and try to harass our opponent if given a chance. Now, what else is there in this live? Extra gold would be nice, because we only get one archer now. But that might be enough to create this feeling that we are pressuring and doing good job with that. Now Celts usually have very good barracks, so we could expect to face soldiers of that caliber. So swordmen, why not? And then, oh yeah, axe would be nice. And a few fishing ships to verify that. Let's see what's the situation here. Alright. Well, weren't we lucky to get this insight? So perhaps an additional dock would be nice, and dun 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 dun. And few extra archers. So I'm about to lose my starting fish, but after that I should be able to clean this rather nicely if they are not spending too much resources fighting this. Remains to be seen. Alright, I could leave this here. Also forgot to create more units, but also forgot to create more. Well, there are sometimes very many things. Na 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 na. So my opponent has a really nice base setup, but they are also playing. Ooh, and they are playing it open more or less. Okay. Which is nice. So this is how I wanna do this. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So one extra fire ship. I can cancel that and do some real units instead. And then we might want to do building a tower. Good for them, but we can still stay here. And try to harass these units here. Dun, dun, dun. And then we have additional archers coming their way. Yeah, we may have forgotten to create more units, but it shouldn't matter too much. And now we can try to verify whether they have new forces coming. Na 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 na. So it could be that my game sense is off, but this might also be going well enough for now. Da 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 da. Let's see. Well, I'm quite happy with the fact that we had a chance to create even just a few archers to prevent our opponent from getting stone, and now they are forced to oops. Forced to run away and idle huge portions of their economy. So they may have forced us to give up on the dream of having fishing ships, but let's see if this is enough to prevent them from utilizing their early aggression. So they got enough stone to create means for a castle, so good for them. But they should lose quite a few villages in the process still, even if this is going up. So this is a very nice play from them, but and now I should try to focus on getting to the next age, because they will be able to utilize the technological advantage that they have created. If I'm not careful. Now let's see what's going on. Wood Raiders, okay, well they are, but no. Poor units control on my part. And now the early pressure is dead. But we should still be able to spend some resources from our opponent. Oh, I could utilize this as well. And perhaps create just a few extra fishing ships. But now the situation looks somewhat dire, of course, because they have fast moving infantry, and we haven't done too much to prevent them from utilizing that force. So someone probably had a duty regarding that, but this is how I this is what I mean by saying that water maps or hybrid maps such as these are usually very messy for me, because one should be able to do much more than I am currently capable of. Okay, so let's upgrade a few stats and buy just a little bit extra. Good, and then this might be good. What else? We are running out of wood here. Well, let's carry on like this. So some pressure was uplifted. And that I could have tried to kept on by being more careful with my units. But let's see if I do have a chance to do better now. We are still sticking with the archery archer play and see where that takes us. But now our opponent is Celts, so, and they have shown their hand, so that they are at least trying to create some wood raiders or woad raiders. But if we are able to keep up with the economy... Oh, what's going on here? Welcome. Welcome to the town, you have been expected. But have we done good enough work to are they attacking the docks? Woodline, okay, well that makes sense, but it's probably a good idea to run here just in case. But simultaneously, since they are playing open, which is nice, I usually enjoy the fact that someone dares to do that. No. Okay, well this was a bit wasteful, but that's how I rhyme. Okay, so we did give up that without very good reasons, and also may have forgotten to create some extra units. And we could do with another market just in case, just to make them think that we really need it. Oops. Oops, and in you go, and in you go. What's the situation like here? Some kills here and there. Goodbye. I presume that our opponent is feeling the pressure to cause some damage, and that I can allow them. Perhaps few extra units would be handy to have. Boop, boom. So my feeling is that we have a firm control that this is our game to lose, but I may be wrong, since they are capable players, of course, and they know how to micro with their units and all those clever things, and they have been able to cause damage to me that I haven't really dealt to them, at least not to this very same extent. But let's go there again with the next raid. Welcome and goodbye. We as Teutons have usually some benefits against a matchup like Celts, since Celts get better siege, so the tools they have to overcome our defensive structures is quite good. I should be creating more villagers. Oopsie. But it seems that my opponent is basically creating single unit, which is okay, they can do that, but Teutonic cavalry archers, that's the play. And then eventually Teutonic knights too. Ooh, the very clever idea that we could also try to do. Do we still have fish? Yes, we do have some fish at least. Very good. And an additional castle is about to pop up. So that's the game plan of my opponent, it seems. And then they have this huge amount of wood raiders to try to overcome my defenses. So perhaps it's a good idea to always to also invest to masonry to get some additional life to my units. No, to my buildings. Dun dun dun. And they also made it to the next age. Now how would I want to approach this? We could probably check whether there are any units in the nearest lakes, just to verify that the possibility that they are getting more fish that I would like to give to them. And then once we get our economy rolling, might take a while still, and it might be that we never get to that point. We could so our archer line of course is very good. Perhaps taking this game to the later stage is not very optimal for us. Oh well, we'll see. How they... Oh, that's why they were so slow. Okay. Because there's this single archer going about. And now I showed my hand that I have this huge army of very good archers that can't be really upgraded too much, but... Oh, and here they are. Welcome! Now their plan of course is to destroy everything that I have with their units, but luckily we also have, like, we shouldn't care too much about the losses here, because even if we lose a town center here or there, it's not too much of an issue, or it doesn't have to be too much of an issue. Because we can always build a new one. For example, well, we can't always build a new one, but we should be able to build a new one here. And soon we should also have the means to add new. Okay, so they aren't utilizing this either. Now they're following this raid. Okay. And we could use some extra code. I'm losing my thought mid-sentence, but pardon me if I do. And it's time to build a new. Some upgrades, very good. Well, this is the short story, of course, is that this is going to go to a long game, but it remains to be seen whether this is going to be a long game enough. But our masterful game plan is to go to Paladin and strike them where it hurts. Do we have any extra gold for that? We should have a chance to get some. No, I was so close. Okay, hello. And what's going on here? I only have 83 units, so that's not enough. And we are in a dire need of gold. But meanwhile we can also create a few simple units to aid our people with their need of military forces. And then there's a castle coming up, okay. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Now there is this force of units coming and going. So they really want that thing done. Good for them. I don't know if we should really care about that too much, but like it's a nice castle and all, but what do we care? But we are lacking on gold, so perhaps I should have invested in navigating the map a bit and taking map presence. So now they have seen that we have paladin, and they should be very afraid about that. And they are only now sending their units here. Okay. Now where... Ooh, so we have a few people here unemployed. But since this is the first game of the day, we are not too worried about these minor neglects. But our opponent is of course now building for his glorious or her glorious future, which means that there's going to be this huge army of units hitting us quite soon, I presume. And at that point the Celts death ball is going to be too much for us to stop. But we could try to create, for example, a castle to aid us. So that's probably something worth investing. And then with the help of the technology that we have at our disposal, we could... that is a gunner. That should be more or less a gunner too. And then the thing we should try to do is create a plenty of... Well, it wasn't totally a gunner, but it's only going to take a while. Dun dun, and some extra. Is there something... Is there a place where we can try to fit this? Well, over here is then the next best place. Da 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 da. Yay! One is down. And we are able to snack the relic just like that. We have a few paladins here. But I think that our opponent is in a very firm position now, given the fact that we are out of gold. Not totally out of stone, luckily. And we are also lacking on the production buildings. So let's create a few more. Few houses, yes. Town center, yes. Good thinking, good thinking. Now they have a few pikemen here and there. Shouldn't matter too much, and we can try to fight these soon too. Just be clever about this. Because we have more or less an endless supply of... Alright, that was stopped because we were perhaps... no, we shouldn't go there. Let's just move here. We may have been a bit wasteful with some of the things at our disposal. Na 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 na. So it's quite probable that our opponent is having too many units for us to respond to, but at least we can try to practice this end game booming, which is a weakness of ours. If we have a chance to stay alive for as long as it takes to make them happen. So some weak cavalry, yes. And let's see if they have means to stop that before we are able to kill a few trebuchets. Yes, luckily they weren't able to stop everything from... I should probably be doing as many of these as I can, since we have quite a huge number of units. Now just cancel a few to try to get this coronation. This would be a very important upgrade for us, but if we can't do it, then we can't. Out of stone, out of gold. But there's always... Ooh, they haven't found that. Okay, let's have a look there. So this push of my opponent is very much all in a sense that they have their army in one location, and they are now just trying to get in, kill everything they can, and of course they should be quite capable at doing that, and not minding about the losses they might take in the process in their home base. So even if you are able to kill something here, I don't know if they have too many villagers even left now. So what is left for me is to try to stay alive for some more time to be able to create units. And one of the tricks I learned by watching the Viper play against Celts on oh, where was it? Okay, I'm losing a few villages here and there as well. Down to 50 villagers. Do we still have hope? The score lead is few thousand in there for them, so that's good, but I think that I threw the game when I could have tried to apply pressure. Perhaps the unit choices weren't too great either, but my opponent, it felt like they gave me a chance to combat this pressure that they were. Oh, we were so close, but in then actually we were just killing the the mining camp. They would have never noticed that, but the paladin was nice, but I could have probably spent my resources better elsewhere, because I wasn't able to create too many of those. And now if there is gold here, then that's very good. And only now did they realize that happening. And they are raiding here. I'm down to 38 villagers. Well, hey, what's wrong with that? Takes some practice to learn how to play on water maps. That's for sure. And also takes some practice to learn how to play to begin with. But now the exciting part would be to see what happened. So I don't think my opponent has too many villagers left. Like, they are just gathered here and there. The problem is that I gave too much map control, so I didn't contest the... if I had taken the gold mine, these neutral gold mines here and there, and would have been able to produce paladin, or if I had sold wood to create one push of 30 paladin before my economy was contested, I should have done that. At least I should have given it a try, because my opponent didn't have too good answers to paladin. So once I had teched to that, which was probably like could have been considered a mistake, like I think that it is not too often something that you wanna do in one versus one game. But once I had the tech in place, I could have utilized it, and since my eco was off, producing that much more wood when comparing to coal and food, then it was a throw in that sense not to make use of that. I also didn't do a very good job scouting the map, so I had secure gold more or less, even if it was forward, and the neutral golds were here, I'd say somewhat in favor of him, since they are all more or less towards or on their half of the map. This upper lake would have been nice to have. So they almost had a dog in my lake before I did. So map awareness would have been a thing. And then once I had this army of paladin, I should have just massed them, like by any cost, because they had lost some 40 or so villagers. At least that's my guess. So, and I didn't have to rush this dock. Like, I thought I could do some shore fishing, why not? But the amount of ships they created was not too much. But even now, so they have killed 4 fishing ships of mine, and now the early raids are here. I could have also positioned few units here behind this wood line. But I think this pressure was good, and I liked that my opponent played more or less open, giving this chance. But now losing this, no, it was it was perhaps the later force than and I could have reacted a bit faster to this, moved these archers. They were shooting the castle to begin with, so they only lost 10 villagers by this time, and I also should have moved. No, yeah, it would have made sense since this tower was empty to move here behind this castle with those units as well. Then I would have had a few extra villagers, a few extra soldiers to try to tackle these world raiders. But so the situation is 43 villagers to me and 35 to them, and I'm only now up. So I think that now this game was for me to lose, even though they have gotten the castle up. My game sense would say that even if I don't have a chance to coast right now, I could have also sent archers near the lake sooner, just to harass the fishing ships. Just not killing or losing units to this tower, but well, let's see what happens now, because they have had a chance to get to this third age sooner, but what they did was invest to a huge amount of wood raiders, and now we are just passing with our archers. Of course that was very good for me, because the archers would have died very easily. But now I had a chance, since there were this group of 15 wood raiders, I had a chance to... Now losing these archers was not a good move, because I could have paid sense, and I could have paid attention and make a senseful move to rotate them around the forest or to the other side. And now they have managed to kill a few wills, but still 15 to 6. And now this is where I feel that I have a very good control of the game. I could have invented and researched this masonry sooner to get some extra armor for my buildings, so that they would withstand this sort of aggression that much more better. And I could have sent a few villages to gather stone, just to secure extra town centers, for example, and castle eventually. Now here we have very important piece of army that were just a few yards away from the actual sweet spot, but nice try. Now took me a while to witness these units here gathering resources, and now that I have some map presence, I should have just pushed on, create production buildings forward, gather stone so that I can build up castles to secure locations, especially since my opponent was respecting my game. So this castle here could have come forward with the support of these boat raiders. They could have tried to end the game, or at least fast forward finishing the game with a castle here, for example. And now I still have a villager lead, if only by 1, and resources collected is in my or is for me 2. Now had I not just moved my archers away and had I utilized these that came out from the building, I could have killed quite a few more of these units, and now the path I chose was the wrong one. So this was like damage that I didn't need to take. But I think that at this point like the idea is good. Just taking to not fast moving but still faster horses and harassing my opponent. We only have 20 to 6, and these were really like the timing here was good. But I could have had I had the archers here before, like instead of sending them back here, if I just had sent them here and left them here, they would have gotten a few extra kills for very little price. So that was a good thing to notice. And now I'm here, not able to prevent this castle, but I had horses right next, like this could have been useful here. But they had better things to do, so army control is one of the things. Because I'm not yet, I haven't yet reached paladin, I don't have too many of these. But still, the timing was a bit off here. And at this stage I also have enough to build a castle, so 2, almost 3 castles. So I should be planting them now to prevent them from hanging around there. So a few castles here and there, for example. But my opponent played well, I'd say. Given the circumstances, given the rough start, Now I already have a 30 villager lead, but they have map control, and I'm not, like, I could have just sneaked, had I done some researching, I could have just sneaked 10-20 villagers there to get the gold, or even try to contest this gold here. Now they would have noticed it with their trebuchet. And now getting these paladins back instead of trying to fight there would have been good, but that was a shame that they had a go at that. But yeah, I was just too passive, I'd say. And now I'm not having like too much wood, but I don't actually need it for anything, so I could very well be just planting a few extra stables that I did 10 minutes from this point, perhaps, and then selling wood, creating paladin, selling stone, why not too, because having they have 62 army now, so that's quite a threat. How these archers doing? I didn't even notice this. So many things happening that even I can't witness them all. But those saved the day. So one of the flanks were stopped there. And now there's this raiding unit harassing my opponent while we have some issues back home. But there are things I should take away from this game, like getting map presence would be a good thing. And now we have 103 villagers against 45, so my opponent, like, this is their army, this is what they have, but they have all the gold and I'm not producing fast enough, and I'm not utilizing, like, just throwing away my scouts like this when I could have tried to kill them. Would have been a way to go. Like, my eco is superb, I'm floating 5000 wood, but just having scout cavalry is not very ideal way. And actually I could have just created some skirmishers to back this up, since I had wood and food. But after taking the paladin, like, no matter the cost, like, point for my future self, sell food if need be. Just don't create scouts from 6 stables if you have taken the paladin, because every time I have even one there, it's a like difference making machine, and when I have scouts I'm just throwing them away. Paladin against pikeman is still a viable thing to do, so I still stand by my earlier opinion that this game was for me to lose. But still my opponent played well, like made it difficult for me to win with the style I had in mind, so I should have collected my thoughts. But yeah, this explains why there were no one, because they only had, and now we are finally even on villagers, but it took me a while to get there. So from booming approach I think I did well. I should have just expanded as well, so nice setup of farms and keeping villagers busy and all that. But I should have scouted the map. I could have collected a 3rd relic to help too, and now this is a bit sad, because having just 20 or so paladin would have been that much more powerful. I could have just stand under castle, destroyed that. Oh yeah. Well, but it's really like a good game, I would say, for this stage. So lost the game even though there was 15k resource difference to the way I spent mine. And the point I was trying to make earlier about the Viper playing against Celts on Arena, one of the closed map variants we have here, was that if one forces Celts player to split their attention so that they can't have all their siege together and protect that with their infantry, then there is a chance to win. So if I collect my memories correctly, then what he did was to send harassing troops to opponent's economy and picked units here and there, and then always run away when the boat raiders came, and then hit the siege that was in the middle. So this was very I could have made better job mimicking that, but good things. Speed was there, so at least there's a chance, but like the decision making wasn't too good. But game sense was there in a sense that I knew that that Paladin would be a good choice in a sense, and that I was in a firm position, but I failed to create the death mass of Paladin, so I could have just had like the stables here if need be, and then collect with the help, since my opponent respected the castles, having few castles to slow the raids. So I think I could have turned this even during the last 5 to 10 minutes by planting the castles, making sure they would stay alive even if I didn't do trebuchets to kill my opponent's trebuchets, but that would have been a good idea to do. And try to also, if I had invested to the castle technologies, that would have helped. And then selling resources to create this army of Paladin, and then crushing my opponent, getting rid of his army in this final battle would have ended the game, and that would have been that. Instead I tried to raid, but there was not too much to raid that I could have done, but they had some resources still floating, so I don't know if they would have like reacted to that. Perhaps. So at least that would have been one way. And yeah, says, or if I correct myself, having the castles here, building the paladins, and then start raiding, get rid of this castle, take these resources, carry on here, take out these production buildings, carry on, and see if they follow or continue with the push. And if they leave their siege behind, then I could still have this scout cavalry, for example, waiting for the moment to hit. So would be nice to have a replay of this, like a chance to play from the last or after the 30 minutes, for example. Yeah, but very good, I would say. Very good game. And what have we now? Just a moment, I'll sort this out. And start a new. And if I have a chance to bat myself to the back, the awareness regarding the possible forward was there. I was happy about that, even if I managed to lose all my 10 fishing ships, or 4 of them that I had managed to build. it was still nice to be able to react to that, even if not promptly, when comparing to the last 4 Lakes game. So this was that much more better. And now Cold Rush is also a map I haven't played too much. I don't think I've played this ever. There might have been some variant 20 years ago, but I'm not sure. Now the main thing about this map is that Hindustanis versus Franks is that there's only so little gold in the starting base or around the map that actually forces us to, yeah, just like this, very good, forces us to compete on the gold that can be found from the middle, where there is a lot of one of the things I've been wondering while watching professionals play this map is whether it would make sense to send some early gold miners there. Probably not, since otherwise they would be doing that. It would make sense that this is something that has been throughoutly played, play tested in a sense. But there has been times when I've been wondering that if you were able to save few piles of your home gold, even if that happened with the price of losing, or with the cost of losing. Okay, well, this will do. Losing your villagers that are of course very expensive, yes, in the early game, but still, would it give a chance to do something that would be otherwise hard to do? Or what? Well, my villagers are clever enough, they know what they're doing. So what we could try to do is try to grab some early map presence, and then with the help of that we could position ourselves in such a fashion that we might be able to sneakily take some. Oh no. Okay, follow me, boar. You can help. Oh, but I could have probably made a lumber camp instead. Well, you live, you learn. But worth commenting, I think the packwood looks really promising. I will have to scout that. I could have used one of the geese to do it, but later on we shall improve our game in such a fashion that we take or utilize the units at our disposal better. That has been the theme for the last week. It's like utilizing our friends as well. That's what one should do. And many people. Oh, well, we could probably try to get the boar under the TC just in case, but we are also lacking the building. Ooh, no. Right, very nice. So let's create a few extra villages, and then with the wood that we have been able to collect, we can finally create this really nice looking lumber camp. all the way there, for example. And then, alright, let's do loom and then click up only after that. Just try to keep the statistics nice, because having idle eco is not too optimum. Not too optimal. I'll have to practice pronunciation and verify a few keywords here and there. Dun, 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 dun. Now once that's done, perhaps we can still try to enjoy this deer. We can expect scouts from our opponents since they are Franks. But perhaps now would be a good time to verify how they are planning to play the game. And what are the whereabouts? Barracks to the behind, yes, to surprise them. And then, now that we do have loom, let's see where our opponent is. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Our very clever idea is to get enough. I should have sent some woodcutters there. If you go, instead of staying here. I also haven't yet located my opponent. The main goal was to be clever against them, so let's see how it goes. So there's relic there, okay. Few scouts just in case, because we think we can expect them to go for that. And then additional mining. Ooh, so they're playing fast castle, okay. So once we get wood for that, we can create archer range. And now the reasoning I had behind this fast castle attempt had to do with the fact that very often, could you please, thank you, very often what opponent does after walling, or the reasoning behind their walling, is to give them a chance to, oh, well, this could be the starting scout, so the house was slacking, but sadly we are not quite sure where the scout went. Alright, then I had also forgotten about all these nasty units. And right away they located us. But luckily lost their scout, so they don't know that we are just passing, which is good for us. And we already have people having hard times. And just like that we are out of wood. Oops. Perhaps you can help your friend in need. And now, finally, we are able to get to the archers that we also wanted. A few pikes to secure them, yes, why not? But so our opponent is probably playing a very or I would expect them to try to amass a huge number of scouts, or if they have capabilities to do so, then probably just paladin, for example, and then rush to the middle and try to kill my thin presence, which is a very good plan, of course. And I don't know if we are able to stop them from doing that very easily. So we have shown our archer, and we can now try to harass them while they are trying to build their defenses. Okay, so there's only one here, okay. Castle age it is, and we haven't yet found any real damage. We should be clicking up soon as well. Like it will make some sense. Perhaps even plenty of sense. Help your friend in need. And perhaps you can help with that. Alright, we are still lacking the building. And just like that they found my... Okay, perhaps this is the reason we don't see this too often. Because losing 5 villagers at this stage can hurt. Well, it was nice trying this. Perhaps in the next game, if this army would have been there, but we can always hope. And now we are finally collecting our thoughts and clicking up. And since we are camel civilization, we should probably try to invest to a few stables. And then after being able to collect the very sad amount of handful of gold from the forward, we can start utilizing our secure gold that we have back home. Isn't that clever? Good idea. Now, what can we do here? So they are now harassing my units here. We're even able to do it. We can try to keep our scout alive. Run away! Now they only have 3 knights, so things are looking dire even still, or even though they don't have much more than that. But we are able to get to our camels soon, and that's all that matters. Then quick town center here. Thank you very much. Extra villagers, very good. We should have no problems whatsoever. Of course, we should also be able to afford a few of these units, but that's for the later stages of the... Right, you can help your friend in need. And we almost burned a farm, so that was not wasteful at all. So I was thinking about adding this third town center to the middle, but perhaps we can... Oh, this is a terrible idea. But perhaps our scout can help us to find where we should go. And getting a few archers to aid us could be a thing worth trying to. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Because I think that we could try to invest to another forward, even if we are lacking on the cold front. Oops. So we may have witnessed something there. Well, perhaps the town center here is as good as any. Hold on. Okay, well that's just the house. A single unit. And then we can follow them here. To the town center fire. But does it really matter when we can harass their initial base as well? See if that causes any reactions. A few more farms, very good. Barracks. Additional units, very good. So they are amassing all the gold that they think they need. This is good for them, and just like that we were able to get in. Na na na. Dun dun dun. There are a few pikemen. Does it really matter? Simultaneously they are having the... Like, this of course doesn't matter too much, right? Or it shouldn't matter too much. Well, we should have a few more farms here and there. Now we are fighting here, or we actually aren't, but we basically could be fighting here. And while that's happening, they are losing a few of their gold villages in the middle. Without noticing, it seems. So that's good for me. And I could probably be adding... It would make sense for me to add a few farms. And now you here can come here. And then we can try to invest too. Now I also have enough camels, it seems, to try to get rid of this army of my opponent. Okay, so perhaps this is the moment where we buy 100 wood. No, 100 stone. And create this very scary looking town center of our own. Oh, but we never did. Okay, goodbye. We create a few. We can give them a chance to convert a camel. Doesn't bother us too much. Ooh, they have now stone gate. Good for them. And I should probably have an army. What's wrong with this? Bye. Thanks. Perhaps I just lost it in the process. So this is where we build it. And then we shall try to harass them just ever so slightly while trying to get through these buildings here. I think we are in a good position, even if our opponent, oops, may have been able to kill a few villagers of ours without having to pay too much for those. Now what are we doing here? We don't need this anymore. This could be handy. And did we lose our army already? No. Well, we almost did. Or are in the process of losing, but... Move! Okay. Well, we did our best with what was given to us. Now our opponent, of course, thinks that the most important thing is the middle and the access to gold, and they wouldn't be far off. But we know better than that. Okay, and in we go. What's going on here? Only now just where they're witnessing that. Well, this is a nice game, I must say. There's a castle. Does it matter? Perhaps a bit, yes. We might be losing a few villages here and there. But we could also try to... Now where is this conversion thing happening? Here, okay. Let's move here. And now we should have a chance to push here. Throwing axemen. Okay, well this is something that you don't see every day. And they're still chasing this camel here, which is good for me and perhaps a bit bad for them. And we could also try to do with the some help from the now devotion. Yes, thank you very much. And since we have a plenty of wood, we could try to even create a few thingies of this caliber. Now here's the army finally coming to the rescue. For them. And should we have any proper answers to this? Not right away, not necessarily, no. Dun 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 dun. And just like that, our offensive died. For the time being. But little did they know that we still have a plenty of resources at our disposal. And we could start with the building processes. Few scorpions. By few I didn't mean gazillion, but okay, anything goes. So our opponent is camping the hill for very good reasons. Where are all... Alright, the wood went for all the scorpions. Right. Oops, my mistake. And back to the gold mining business. If there's a chance, we should try to take it. And now that our opponent managed to get to the next age, we are in that much more of trouble, especially since we only have 60 villagers. We could be having quite a few more, and it is a possibility that we are also losing a few of them. But there are these pointy guys that are really nasty, I must say. So what's going on here? Hello, hello. Just passing by. Hello, how do you do? Now they dare to use this neat elephant of mine against me. Okay, perhaps what we should do is get to the next age, so even if I'm spending the the hard-earned gold. There should still be a plenty available. A few idols here and there, yes. Not enough people to collect wood. We can change that, we can try to change that. Thank you. And now they dare to try to destroy my belongings. Of course, fighting downhill with this sort of army is not very optimal. Optimum again. So perhaps there is a chance that we are going to lose this game. Oh no. Even though we are floating gold, but then again gold isn't everything. And we are still a long way from the next age. So what is one to do? We have camels. Camels should be good. We still have a relic that we can try to get. We are cancelling the scorpion as we don't need it anymore. And we are creating new villages, but not from here. Well, based on the look, our opponent has a very firm lead. Again, I don't know how this happened, but now the question is, how could we go about stopping that? Perhaps we will just try to do the ordinary thing and adding a few extra stables. But now that the forward is dead, it's also possible that our dream is dead. Now you heard it here first, but let's carry on for a while. Because we still have some gold left, and it would be not a very sensible thing to do to give up this easily. Especially since we haven't collected any stone, so we could have means to produce some additional much needed gold using that. market of ours to help in times of need. We could really use this upgrade too, but we are lacking. Well, we can always sell a bit. 500 gold, we can do it. We couldn't do it. We can do it. 1000 food. Well, we can do that as well, just give us some time. Oh no. But do we have enough time? It feels that since the score difference is only 3000, but still very much, it's quite likely that we don't have the means to do what we would like to do. Okay, let's see if we can stop this from happening. No, we can't. No, but we can always claim that we don't mind losing this army here. That would be a lie, but Imperial Camel is on the way. We can get rid of a few trebuchets. We don't care about their forward castle. Let's just carry on. Na. And see what's going on here. But since we don't have resources to produce too much, it feels like the game is looking really dire. Even if we had lead in villages, which I don't think we do. And not having any let's see, cold income faster, yes, hand cannoneers. And we can still try to create this army of camels to have this neat ending for the game. Ooh, pop capped, but well, for a while I was really hopeful, but it may be that we are a little bit behind on all the vital resources, since we only have 76 villagers and our army is quite thin. Perhaps you can help them here as well. And here comes. Okay, let's see what these Imperial Camels can do. Now that we finally managed to get rid of the... They still don't have Paladin, so that was our saving grace. But still. GG, well played to our opponent. And now we had a chance to... Oops. To do... like try to do better on the front of... yes? Try to do better here, like utilizing the resources that we had floating and preparing the final push. So that was good. I could have moved to stone faster. As soon as they had this middle presence, it would have made sense to secure this position with a castle. I never did that. I omitted castle. The stone required for castle totally, and gave them a chance to slowly build this middle presence. And after they had a castle, it made no sense to stay there and fight there. Now, the quick look, the statistics shows that we were lacking on multiple fronts, and yet again our largest army was very weak. Kill death ratio also tells something, perhaps, to a keen-eyed person. It might be telling. And let's see what else. Just a moment. So even though they had middle presence, I had more gold collected. So what happened to the resources that I collected? Huh? But their late game was way better. Having 122 villagers is what you want. So let's take a look at the capture ages telling point of view and see if we can deduce something from that. So the initial game plan was to... This forest was really nice. I didn't need to house this gap. I just didn't scout it. Like I had all the means to wall this with just a few walls here and here perhaps, and have all the resources needed to play this game for a very late Imperial Camel push, for example. Because even though Franks have a chance to get the access to Halberdier and Paladin, it would still be a costly thing for them, and camels should be good against Paladin and not great against Halberdier, but I had a chance to try this like more closed approach and more safe approach. Just, building up a few walls would have taken 3 minutes, and then start pushing from the expected direction, castle here, and perhaps like if given a chance getting some resources from the edges of this pit or this valley would have worked. Now this is really nice looking, like very viperish map in a sense. Because there's no reason I don't have to worry about anything if I just wall, but I'm not fond of doing that, so I didn't. But my opponent was in a very different situation. Even though my early aggression wasn't able to achieve much, I believe if they had witnessed that there's only this short distance, they could have secured quite a nice backwood for themselves too, with the same one house and one palisade wall. Okay, but so the build that they are applying here looks very standard. So like the way I see this going is that they were planning to get to fast castle by any means necessary, and didn't worry too much about any early pressure. One archer here could have reached them with fletching perhaps. And this was a nuisance, but of course a waste of resources on my end. Just like having these gold miners here. Had I known, like the more clever approach would have been to send the villagers here. So now the question is, did they know that I'm there already, or let's see if I managed to play this correctly, or was it just let's create a few knights and go to their general direction? Okay, so it was witnessed, but when? Or did I click this? Okay, so it wasn't witnessed. Okay, that's very good. So that was just just bypassing, because the stable is there, my city is there, so I was just unlucky in a sense. So I was stupid. Could be another way of putting it. Positioning my forward villagers. Of course, they hadn't witnessed that with the scout that I managed to kill, that I have forward villagers, so they had reason to start exploring where they are. So that's like I could have just sent them back to, but that probably gave them a wrong sense of urgency as well, that okay, there are villagers forward, so I should do something about them. And perhaps that's how I gained some respect, in a sense that they didn't carry on to harass my economy after the villagers were dead. But here, had I secured this with just a few pieces of palisade, I could have prevented them from dying. But here I also believe that if I had utilized this gold mine here, it might have taken them some time, if they hadn't been noticing my units earlier, that that there is something sneaky happening, because I was able to collect quite much gold during the game, thanks to the respect that I got. And yeah, well, they are very active with the knights, so they are looking for that opportunity. So I should have planted this in a different fashion. But yeah, so they have their farming eco here, and I'm losing units. Thus far I've only lost the 5 forwarding villagers. That caused some idle time as well, but a telling thing is that our worker efficiency is still better because they've been walking, and idle TC time is also better, if it's not best or very good. I think that the pressure I applied to their base took them a bit by a surprise, that there are so many things they should be doing instead of defending here, that even though I lost the 5 villagers, if they would be collecting here I would be really happy now. But and hadn't I just thrown them away, I could have killed a few villagers if I hadn't lost track of these units and pushed them to a corner like I did. So what's the kill death ratio? 22-9. So that's where my resources went. So army control could have been the key. So I was able to kill 10 villages just like that. And now I think I should be in in somewhat commanding position, but I'm only lacking 7 villagers now. Yes. And if I had added a few skirmishers, for example, to try to get rid of these spearmen or pikemen, that would have been a good move. And also I had, to my surprise, more army than my opponent did at this stage. But I'm just giving this control of the hill, and you can see some army here too with somewhat ease. But let's check the statistics for gold collected at this point. So I have 500 more gold than they do. And I'm still saving my early gold. They haven't been utilizing theirs either too much, but still. Then this is more like a nuisance, because their idle time, their worker efficiency isn't very good, and they have some idle time, and now they're again forced to rush, or forced to run after my units. But just sending a handful of pikemen is enough, because there are town centers everywhere, and these are still just very ordinary camels, not very good raiding units in that sense. And now that I'm not keeping too good care of them, I'm also losing units. And that would have been the moment to send these units to raid and kill more. But now finally I've been able to get the 14 to 11 economy kills, and now they are about to equalize that. So at this stage, if I had castle here, another here, they wouldn't have been able to harass my gold eco. I have 2,000 gold that I didn't use. Some of the wood gatherers could have gathered stone so that I would have had a chance to have this like half forward castle here, another here. So this approach wasn't too much off, I'd say, at least at this level. Now of course they are having better economy. There's only this hero unit not doing too much, but being really scary looking, of course. And I don't think I have much army to throw at my opponent. Like, we are still quite even here, but I should have created skirmishers. But all of a sudden I'm running out of resources, and now I'm running these villages to their deaths again, and only have like a handful of army. So I over collected gold and neglected stone that would have helped me secure this position, because this would have been a really good position. I had forward buildings and everything, and they didn't have anything to push me with until they got to the 4th age, and they already had mined some of the gold there. So having like surrounded this area with castles would have made it that much harder for them to push. So now they could run forward with their pikemen, and their castle fire protected their units, and there was not a single one of mine to protect my units. So I'm just throwing army away here, especially since I didn't have to. Well, my gold gatherers were here, but I didn't need gold, and I could have utilized that as well. Okay, well, this was a nice learning experience, I'd say. My opponent should have, in my opinion, built this castle forward just to try to stop the game. They had 4,000 score lead that I only now realized at this point, but they were perhaps scared enough, or just wanted to play it safe, that they decided to add an additional castle here. But what I could have had is build a few castles alongside the edges, collect gold, get to Imperial Age, build Imperial camels, raid them to their deaths. Even here I could just send few archers to be harassing their economy. Now they finally got the peace they so sought to get, and fight or fought valiantly to achieve. But now I'm feeling that I've lost the game, even though I have 3 TCs where I could be, or could have been, booming villages all game long. So this move to stone mining was too slow. The positioning of my forward gold gatherers was wrong, but in general I'd say this was a nice game nevertheless. Take some time to get accustomed to not losing military units. Like when you feel that you can afford it, but then when your opponent doesn't do that, then all of a sudden you look really weak, like here losing 10 camels or so. Even if I manage to get the pressure off for a while, it's still 50 army to 10, and I have very few means of creating additional army, so they can just slowly push me death. But here, now they are finally seeing the gold, so if I did have some villages that they would know. That could have happened a few minutes ago, of course. even if I only just witnessed that. And then there are more barracks coming down. But I'd say Lieutenant GrandMaster played this really cleverly, like just doing what needed to be done. And once they witnessed that I'm amassing these camels and hoping that that would be our saving grace, then he just stopped us on our tracks, and they were already floating thousands of resources, hence the scores as well. So my rage wouldn't have done anything. But the moment where I had a chance to position this or make this harder for my opponent, positioning few castles, focusing on economical approach, that's where I think I lost the game. The approach might have been off from the beginning, but that was one of the key points in my head. And now it looked really nice that I had 77 Imperial Camel Rider, even though the upgrade came at the last minute and I only had like 5 at that point. But it looks really nice that I played to the camel and my opponent then switched to the counter unit and was able to fight the pressure off based on this strategy. Oh, and we also can see the APM, so it was in this game under 100 again, and of course the average is probably the key number here that we could try to focus on, that every 2 seconds there's something happening on my end. That's good enough, but it wasn't good enough. Well, floating resources. I managed to utilize them more, and to have slightly better worker efficiency in the end, but that's probably because I had lost all the inefficient ones. What else is there to notice? There could probably be something, but kill death ratio, when it looks like this, it's very hard to win games. So trying to get a positive kill death ratio could probably be something worth aiming for. And also army high, if my numbers were switched, or their positions switched, so I would have had 72 army, then this might have looked a different kind of game. Now it felt like it very often does, that my opponent has the numbers and are chasing my few units here and there, and then I lose my units and start building them again, and they heal their own army and wait for my next raiding attempt, and then that just brush it off again and carry on with ever scarier army while I'm throwing mine away. But this gold collection, I'd say this lack of gold wasn't my problem, but utilizing gold, and I should have also understood the importance of having castles. Would have made things easier. And then the macro behind this, so keeping my economy running and making the right switches from woodcutters to farmers, for example, was off based on the timings. I was forced to use market here to get to Imperial Age, for example. And was also lacking on villages, even though I had my opponent didn't attack my city for an hour or so, so I had plenty of time to plant new town centers to start playing the boom approach, and just to get the numbers to beat my enemy, but I didn't take the chance. And then some slowness when comparing to the first game. But GG nevertheless. And we have now we have learned new things again, which is nice. So we know that we know more about the maps now that we have played Cold Rush once. Arena we have played twice, I think. 4 lakes 3 or 4 times. Marketplace a couple of times. Mega random once. Of course we can't really know that. And Fortress so far not once, and Arabia a handful of times. But the idea still remains solid, I'd say, to try to well talking about the Cold Rush, the idea to try to sneak a few cold gatherers forward felt really clever. The other thing, of course, is whether that's practical, but we can try that again if we have a chance to play Cold Rush again. I'll take a short break. So stay tuned. I'll be back in a few minutes. Isn't this a nice looking box of information right here? So be back soon. Enjoy your stays. And guess who's back? Now, one of the things that I also recalled Doubt saying in the cast that he did watching Survivor against Hera was that the center of the map is usually worth fighting for, or at least a very important place to hang around at. And while I was trying to deny that or fight against the fact, perhaps, I wasn't really able to prove his point wrong on the last map. Perhaps I should have contended the middle area a tad more, because I'll see in the future games. That's just a sec. Now we can hope that our future opponent thinks that we are planning on something. Incas against Khmer on Arabia. Now, Incas are known for their very good eagle warriors and the fact that their villages benefit from the blacksmith upgrades. So we can expect some early aggression from them because of that. But since we are Khmer, our very suitable features are the fact that we can farm everywhere and get this constant trickle of food, unlike with other civilizations where one has to walk all the way back to the mill or town center to drop off the resources. So that, and also the fact that we can get our we can actually utilize our houses so that they are not only places where we can store the bodies but also the living people. So if there is any early aggression, yes, just like that, from our opponent, then we should be able to fight it off or hide if we are not just quite capable of hiding away. Now where are our run? We could do with a few extra sheeps, for example. So no, we are not doing the garrisoning trick. Oops. Yes, this is how the game is played, and now you know it. And we could use a house here, and then thanks for the sheeps, they shall be put into use. Oh wait, well, let's do it like this then. Run! Running is what we very often do. Run and hide. No? Okay, yes. Everything's going perfectly, except for the fact that we didn't really have to kill the the sheep, and we are perhaps missing one here and there. Let's see. We also don't actually need gold, but since we are walking here, perhaps we can build an additional house and then follow with barracks soon after. Let's see if we have enough resources to manage to do all that. Ooh, there you are. You're looking you everywhere. After that's over and done with, barracks. Oh yeah, we could try to push a single deer, for example. After that you move here, after that you, for example, move here. Very good. And let's see if we manage to get a single unit there to help us with our resource gathering needs. A little late uptime, just what the doctor ordered, and then we can try to add the loom to give us some extra time to get the things done that we want. Another house, very good. Now we're getting there. Soon we are. Okay, so this is a very not necessarily optimized build or something you should aim to repeat or replicate, but very few people will probably die in the process if they try to. One extra deer, that's what we are going to have to make do with. Now Incas have very solid answers to any early... Should we do it like this? Yes. Any early infantry play, at least, since they have these slingers that shine against them. And ooh, more deer to be pushed. A few of you might go help here. Just create a house to protect yourselves, and then farms to top it off. You stay here, you stay there, and you might carry on. Is it not? Yeah, more or less perfect build. And archers it is. Oh no. But we are late, since our opponent is already here. Dun 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 dun. Now that palisade need not to be there, but here it is. An axe, a few extra units here and there. Just making sure that we are actually trying to hurt the correct target. Now, since they only have a few units here, I think we are in a very good position to ignore them and just try to find our opponent if we have a chance and take it from there. This is a very... Okay, I could have been watching here. carry on with your tasks. Good people. Don't you stop now. Now, fletching as soon as we are able to afford that is a good idea. Oh, we forgot to create more units, but... And now behind this it's a possibility that our opponent is trying to fast castle or fast anything. Run! And they managed to lose a villager. Now what's going on here then? Alright. Okay, so they've lost some. This is a bit messy game, but that's also because I'm not playing too well. I have to, or handling my units too well. So we showed ourselves. Have they already upgraded? No, they haven't. And now we can run away while they are harassing my units here. Just the moment when I was watching away. How dare they? Few skirmishes, archers, yes. And then we should be off very soon. Oh, jackpot. How very nice is this? And now all they have is a few spearmen and various other units. Hey villager, perhaps we are able to get a kill here. And then here we go. And then we have this additional nuisance of a unit here. Alright, this wasn't very well thought of. 3 idols. But let's see what we could try to do with you. Run, people! We'll also try to... Oh, we forgot to click up. Do we even... We have the means. All we need is some extra code. And off we go. Just like this. Now what are our units doing? Not too much, but that's about to change very soon. Now aren't we annoying? Just like our opponent perhaps, but... Remains to be seen. And off we go. Oh, you shouldn't be there. No worries. We can fix that. And then we can try to improve our units just ever so slightly. Run away! No, we couldn't. But we tried. So they are probably aiming to create more eagles as the game progresses, so that's something we can try to keep an eye out about. And just like that, the forward pressure is death or dead. It's also death. Makes sense, but Khmer. We could try to create a few elephants. That would fit our plans very neatly. And a few houses would be nice. Oh, just one. because we will want to get the... We would like to be able to get town center up too. So let's start with that. You can help with your fellow people. And they were right away able to witness that I have a stable prepared. And now we have all the food we could ask for, and the only thing we are lacking is gold. So let's send a few people to get that for us. Now as soon as we got the battle elephant, the tides turned. And that's how we roll. They are probably investing into a few pikemen if they are clever, yes. But that doesn't stop me from pushing. And perhaps a few units of this sort would be handy to have as well. Now we should focus all our efforts to get rid of that pikeman. And then this pikeman. And our elephants should be enough to prevent them from doing too much else. Okay, so now the game is that much more even. What have we here? We could try to improve. Oh, we could utilize this. Would make sense. Extra villagers here. And now what's going on with the military pressure? Well, I'd claim this is a nice game. Oh no, they have pikemen. So we need better protection for our friends here. Ooh, our battle beasts have been here. Okay, but this is looking really good, even if I'm perhaps a bit sloppy with my controls here. We are still being able to produce fear evoking army, and we haven't lost oral units. Run away, run away to the corners of the hell. And then our next push may appear from a surprising direction. Houses. Best house is town center, but we don't have stone for that. Stone? Oh no. But well, now their units are that much off position, even if it should take not too much time to create a few pikemen. So let's see how it plays out. But we have been able to keep up with the production when it comes to to these military units and are slowly... Oops. Well, that wasn't too clever. I was hoping to say bleeding our enemy to death, but once they had 5 pikemen, the dream was dead. So could take some practicing. This is good. Houses. Houses. Let's try that. Well, we could also try to get to the next age, so let's do that while we still have the edge, sort of. So I haven't been scouting too much, but I feel that our opponent shouldn't have too much going on for them. Like, of course, they probably have means. Oh, no. Okay. Run, my friend. Run. And now there are eagles. We should probably try to invest to university to get some benefits from there. And a few extra. Run! So eagles are fast, and that's probably the play they are thinking now. Thinking about utilizing, but if we invest into a few more archery ranges, few more houses, I think we should still have a say in that. So yet again, a skirmisher goes down. Still some way to go before we reach Imp. But let's see what happens then. Perhaps we could try to secure this with the town center as well. Just in case, since we are playing not to lose. Uh-oh. Backwards you go. So now they have a mean looking army of mostly pikemen. And we don't really care too much about those. Like, they are not anything we are afraid of, basically. That's my take on the issue. But we are lacking on... Ooh, so they're trying to rotate their forces. Very clever. Okay, well, if they go out, then we go into the other direction. Then welcome. Please enjoy your stay. Of course, they are not throwing away their army in a sense, but they are still just third age. So, and eager to get any... Why? Okay, because it's filled, okay. I could have hopped to a house, but that was beyond my capabilities, so that didn't happen. Meanwhile, the elephants are doing the work. Getting a few pikemen here and there, yes, very good. And then we did idle our economy for quite some time, but perhaps now we could try to secure this area with just a few villages, building a castle. I'll just have to keep an eye out to see how they are doing. So we walk here, and see if we are followed, and then we would probably enjoy having much more units than we currently are having. Okay, once we are here, we can scout this area here and try to make something happen there. So 1000 plus food would be required. There's this one castle coming up soon, and then we can move to this gold here, some of the units we have, and there are raids taking place. I could have reacted a bit faster to that. Just get in, please, and then we should be able to say goodbye to our opponent. Well, this was a weird game, but I think they managed to read it better than I usually do. Like my game finishing skills weren't there, but I felt that we had a firm control since we were able to... Oh no. In the end he died. Because in the end we didn't take too many losses ourselves and were able to kill a villager here and there, not lose all of our army all the time. That's not something we can always say about our play. And even the fact that the castle was finished, that's really nice, because I just realized that the risk was there. Just having two villages building a castle while you know enemy's army is around is a risky thing. And even this, I don't have too great of an army here. Just 2 skirmishers, 4 cavalry archers, and this single elephant about to die. But since they had their army in my city trying to cause havoc, and were a bit late to start the castle, they realized that, okay, well, this is going to be costly. But let's verify the statistics that we have. Largest army. Yes, you don't want to join. Even if my recruiters come with huge promises of wealth and respect and good pension plans, you don't necessarily want to join my army if given a chance. Just a while. Alright, so one of these days, at least I think that in this, after I had a chance to kill some units from my opponent, some villagers, and get like this statistically meaningful lead, what I could have done was just to stay back and stay put, build my army, harass here and there, and show my dominance. Now I was able to kill more units than I lost, but if I wasn't able to do that and my opponent would have had an army of 50 or 60 eagles, then I would have been in a mess, even if I thought I had a firm lead. I would still have to practice playing in the leading position. Resources for us and age advantagements were better timed, even if not necessarily very optimized. Villager high, yes. Timeline. Okay, let's have a quick look at the way we came to the point where we ended up being at. So the thing I noticed about Arabia is that there are fewer hills around your town center, so while scouting I could have utilized that information as well, but as soon as there's this flat terrain, at least in comparison, since there are hills everywhere, but lesser so nearby your base and near my opponent's base, then that would have been a signal for me to help the scouting. Of course, there are also this main cold and cold positioning and relic positioning that one can deduce the location from, because relics, for example, never spawn very close to any single player. So if there's a relic nearby, then there cannot be enemy town center, or at least their starting town center, unless it's a nomadic style of play. But my opponent only now found me, and there was also already this lion that had a couple of lions that had their say. My reaction is superb, and then running to the town center is a really painful start for Hoplites, I'd say. And not too many things went his way in the beginning. And now that they are already somewhat weakened, it's that much more. It takes that much more care to see that they are not thrown away in a single combat. And like here, even if I haven't yet lost a villager, but it's about to happen, but still half of the forces are already dead, and only now double bit axe is coming into play. And then there's this single militia that probably ends up killing her, but still. Took me a while to react to that one. But now the fact that I had a archer range that I didn't feel needed to be utilized, or its units needed to be kept at home, I was able to get the first eco kill. And there's already a 3 villager lead. Now I'm not sure whether I'm going to lose something here, at least not right away. But I had more luck in that sense, that I've already been able to. If the starting militia was still alive, then this would be a bit more scary looking army too. So it was really a sad thing for my opponent to lose them quite easily without getting anything in return, besides some idle time. And my worker efficiency is already quite low, so like this worked, even though I thought I played well. I'm not sure whether my gathering or my rally point is here too or something, but still, eco kills is still 1-0. I am now 3 villages behind, but was able to switch to the next age a bit faster, thanks to the fact that I didn't need to invest too much. And now a single elephant is enough to gain my opponent's respect and retreat to the spearman. and they are not necessarily a unit you want to be creating either. But Hoplites, worth mentioning, would have had enough resources to create plenty of archers. So I don't know if this was a 2 archery range feudal age push idea, or whether they are just floating by accident, that they haven't had time to throw in as many farms as they would have liked or something. At least the positioning of farms is very realistic in a sense that there are enough room for water to run in between. So either that is by design or they're just fast throwing things while trying to keep army under control. And now eco kill is only just 2 or 3 to 0. I have 8 villagers more, so 10-20% more villagers and 3 townsenders, while my opponent is still playing with 1. They were forced to add this tower earlier due to 2 archers, so I would claim that that was an overreaction. Like, knowing what I know now, especially since a couple of minutes later they had this handful or 2 of archers, skirmishers. So if they had just moved away from the forest this forest back then, because now this tower is securing very little. Of course it protects the cold, but now the next wood line is easily put under pressure. But this is very easy for me to say, since I already had back wood, even this very distant wood here that I could have utilized. So with map that I was given, it's easy for me to say. But now eco kills 16 to 0, and this is looking really grim. So what Hoplites is probably hoping for now is that this is a single town center all-in play, that I have over-invested, or that I wouldn't be able to keep this up for too long. So just adding few extra spearmen or pikemen at this point, getting rid of this fake pressure, or very real but not too long-lasting pressure that he wouldn't be able to easily brush aside. And they are doing this very important work. 2 kills and then slowly destroying this farm instead of moving a few steps to any direction. But yeah, so I presume that after losing 20 villagers, now I have double the villagers in comparison. My opponent is hoping, since the score lead is only 1000 score, I would like to say it's only because I'm very often in the similar position, but playing as the opponent who has 3000 score, while my opponent has gathered 4000 and is constantly getting more. So things might look better than they actually are. So this is the saying to try to improve my game sense. So I've lost 26 military units at this stage, so 1 more than I have been able to kill his economy. So that probably evens the score. So had I kept better care of my army and not giving them away in this fashion, the score would have probably showed a slightly different story, because now I'm already at 75 villagers. My opponent only has 44, and I'm not always but very often creating more. My opponent's doing better job there, having Q5 at the moment, while I only have 3, and I'm slowly trickling these units to support my my defenses. But the important thing now that I haven't invested too much in army, I would say, at least not in a very good army, because my opponent, as we can tell, if you're looking at the more or less active units, there is a slight edge in numbers when we are comparing 6 units to 30, and it's mostly because they are pikemen on my opponent's part, or half of the army is pikemen and spearmen, and then rest is eagles, so 13 of them, but still a scary force. That in this situation, when my enemy has army of this sort, I think it's very important that I played this defensive approach, in the sense that I added 2 extra town centers just to protect the economy. Even if I wasn't able to keep very good care of my units, I'm about to lose 10 or 20 probably during these dark times, and I don't have ballistics. I have a very good upgrades, having Bodkin probably, yes, Bodkin already, so these arrows, whenever they happen to hit, they cause damage. But here at 38th minute or 37th minute is only the first eco kills happening for Hoplites. And now I lost 3 villagers, which was of course few percentages of my entire workforce, but I'm still leading 78 to 60. But worth noticing is that they already have 60 villagers, so I'm producing 1 here and there, while they have queued 10 or 9 at the moment. So the race was on, and it took me some 5 minutes to send extra pressure to try to even or wear my opponent out. So one might argue that if the game had lasted for 15 minutes longer, my boom might have stayed in a very similar fashion, like even though I have these 5 very clever looking town centers all over the base that I currently have, and I think the 6th one is soon to appear there, I'm not really producing villages from them. Like the idle TC time for my opponent is under 5 minutes with 2 town centers now, 3rd on its way, and I have over half an hour and just cruising forward. Now more villages are about to go down before I notice this attack being too focused on the other side of the map. But still we have a 20 villager difference, since there is this threat at their base that they are at the moment incapable of stopping, or incapable of stopping. And once this castle finished and this army was more or less done with already, there was very little for them to protect against any future incursions from my part. But yeah, so there are quite a few things that one could try to improve upon based on the rewatch. The importance of keeping army together, because 1 or 2 cavalry archers or elephants may not be too much, so it feels like I can throw them away and like hope that my opponent forgets about the existence after the chase. Like there are a few units here and there that could have been elsewhere, but having an extra elephant here, having an extra cavalry archer to roam the back lines would still be better than throwing them away. So I it would improve my gameplay if I was able to find ways to keep them safe or rescue them at the last minute. I'd claim. Okay, let's take a look at the statistics real quick. Had I kept on building economy and created more farms to support the elephant play, the score might have also looked different. I also invested a huge amount of resources to create better archers and only had a handful of them. Like, that's also a problem of mine. Like, getting quality units but only 1 or 2 of them, like the paladin in the first game. Army high. I thought I was in a good position, but still had only half the army. And only after they were behind in army numbers did they resign. So this is a really slow build up, just a few production buildings pushing units here and there, 1 or 2 at a time. Same thing as with town centers. So it would help to have more speed and more clever ideas, perhaps, how to proceed. So I think the game plan in sense was alright, having a few archers, and I just managed to create more pressure and cause more havoc with my army than Hoplites was able to achieve with the one he showed up with, and then over invested in a sense by building the tower, making it harder to get to the extra town centers later on, whereas I wasn't restricted by that. So my 2 archer forward was very good, in a sense that it caused way greater reaction than the one that Hoplites was able to do. And we can tell that we are really fast players, so this was a highly competitive game yet again. So having a 2 minutes break every now and then probably helps. Okay, so I'd say we have 1 more go before we go, and just a moment. Where are we? Here. And let's take a short break just to keep the spirits up. But we'll be back even quicker than I did manage to do last time. Stay tuned. And here we go. More or less refreshed and ready to crush any dreams of having improved during the last week. Let's see how it goes. And off we go. Now the exciting part about this journey is also that in the nearest future, I presume, if we are able to keep up and play a game every now and then, as we have been thus far, we can start facing the same opponents we have already faced once. That shouldn't take too long, presuming that that this follows the normal this elo system. Now that we are not straight at the bottom of it, or at the very bottom of it, but also but still the very low level of this pyramid, that there should be plenty of players. But if we are able to get to gain any advantages, then or advance in this bracket, then it's to be expected that we can face even from the narrow pool of players. Alright, this a Mayan start, so we start with Loom, and then once for some reason I was thinking about Hans, but that was because my keyboard was off, or I was off with my keyboard. So we have a few tricky starts, and they are further emphasized by the lack of watching the civilizations in the loading screen. So perhaps we shouldn't tell stories while the game loads, but that wouldn't be us, so probably that's a lesson we are not going to learn too easily. But so the Chinese start that we had a few days ago was very troubling, because we should have started this wood gathering in the very instant, and we may not have been doing very good job at that. And now this Mayans start is also something that we haven't practiced. Well, how could that be? So things are looking dire, in a sense that there are exceptions to the very standard beginning that we are only just somewhat grown accustomed to. Let's see. No reason to panic, we can still do this. So Dias are waiting to be pushed. We were against Armenians, correct. And usually one may expect that. Well, let's do it like this. One might expect that the unit choice would be no. Okay, well, you had to do it, and that's all right. For the greater cause. So perhaps we will have to re-evaluate our starting. Now that it's not going to be too easy to surprise our opponent with clever archery play. One might argue that that is exactly what are expected from our side. And just wait. Okay. Oh no. It's going to be a terrible. It's going to be alright. And what else? So we have plenty of wood gatherers. That's very good. We can probably. Ooh, we can postpone the. No, that's not a very good idea. We should still do the mill. For some reason our opponent is already done with the deer, probably scouting our location. That's not something that we enjoy. Witnessing, no, okay. And just like that we are done with the. Do we have enough to. No, because we are lacking the building. Heh, okay. Well, lessons are about to be learned. So few extra villagers. Mill here, thank you. And that's how the game is played. So this looks like a fast castle, but it isn't. So our opponent, who is probably playing fast castle type of a strategy, is not probably going to be too surprised, because we are at the rather beginning stage, or playing at the beginner level perhaps, so one can only expect so many things. Barracks behind so that they don't know. And then once we locate our opponent, we are going to go for the very clever neutral gold pile that is going to have to be somewhere. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so there it is. We can already tell that they have barracks, so good for them. Somehow they were able to get to the next age faster than us. But that, of course, can't last for too long. Alright, and we were also supposed to go to the neutral gold pile, but we haven't found that. Is there one here? Let's see. Nobody knows. Let's see. But now our build is not going to be a fast castle build. It's going to be a different. They have their scout roaming. That's very good for them. Perhaps we could try to surprise. Although Armenians get their. We are probably quite forced to play archers. Now that I think of it. In any case. Because we don't have too much. Like too many options. I would claim. Dun dun dun. But like eagles aren't bad, but is there any good gold here? Let's see. Okay, so now we have all the tools that we need to balance our eco. And the scout is there looking. That's very clever thing from them. And we can go in up and start this very clever gathering. Hold on now. So this build isn't too good necessarily. And now what we can try to do is try to get rid of their scout. See if that goes. It might not work. And my opponent should be reaching castle age quite soon. How long have you been stuck? For some days now. Okay, well, timing was a bit off, but that's alright. So we have a few eagles here. We wouldn't want our their scout to witness that we have multiple eagles, but I don't think it matters too much even if they do. But the next age would be nice, so I'm perhaps sending a few units out, and then the long awaited farms just to get to the next age. Oh, but we are also missing just a bit of gold perhaps to proceed, so dun 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 dun. And there's this instant forward castle from their part, so things are looking a bit grim. Now if we had gathered any gold at this point, we might be able to, and just like this, and off we go. We could have the tools at our disposal to get a few archers to secure the little okay, this is going to be exciting. So, or I don't know if this is exciting to anyone else, but of course to me this is very exciting. This is one of the rare games that I've played today. And our castle age is still some time away. We have one archer here. We have this scout doing very important work there. We still are lacking this. Time to buy some stone to get to the... Hold on now, what's keeping you from building that? Dun 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 dun. So what's the presence like here? Warrior priest. Well, that was close. So what do we do? Few extra units is always a good idea. Town center here, why not? Another one there. And then a few farms. Perhaps we could have had an additional one there as well. Dun 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 dun. A single unit walking in, checking the situation really carefully. Good for them. But I don't know if there's too much to worry about right now, except for the fact that they probably have a better eco, like they probably have an idea about what they're doing. They have collected quite a few relics already as well, so there are a few things going against our hopes. But since this is a low unit encounter thus far, let's see if we are able to get rid of that. No, this is very clever. Okay, good. Good job keeping your scout alive. No, 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 no. So very non-traditional game from our part, I'd say, when it comes to arena in general. But perhaps we could try to make the best out of it while we can. We only have 40 or so villages. Oh, this could explain some things. So please get back to work if given a chance. And perhaps we could try to top up our defenses in a fashion such as this. In the following fashion. And now the game is for us to lose, of course, because we have this very brave wood gatherer here. They only have this castle. Their early presence was scary, but do we actually need those? Not necessarily. Instead we could try to add a few farms and see whether that helps us more. Conversion resistance is going to be very important soon, and then just a few military buildings more. But now we don't know what our opponent is actually planning, so it could be just fast imp enjoying the life with the relics that they possess, and then taking it from there. But we could try to add a few archers of our own. Perhaps a blacksmith would be nice. And then back to the work we go. Since we are Mayans and have this reduced cost for this. Yes. No, 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 no. So there were units who built the castle. So our question is, are they still present? Perhaps mining gold here would make sense. And furthermore, I'm gonna make a few more farms happen. Perhaps. And there we go. We still don't have too much army. They have their composite bowman. Perhaps house could be fitted here as well. And then carry on as per usual. Dun, 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 dun. So they have some military buildings there, but not really too much happening here. Same applies to that location. We are not rushing the stone mining too much. Perhaps we could try to move here in a very careful manner. And what's going on here? You overchopped once. Oh no, even we didn't. Okay. You allow your opponent to apply some pressure once, and they just walk in. How very not nice of them. But this also means that we will have to be a bit careful with our units. Perhaps it would make sense to have building here as well. Now there's the composite bowman that we were talking about earlier. And now would probably be a suitable time, if only we had some cold, to try to get rid of our opponent's forces. Now they think they are pushing us, but actually we are the ones pushing them. Although we lost the security that that was granted to us by the... Hold on, what? Oh yeah, we could use another building. Yes, makes sense. And perhaps just a few eagles. So what's going on here? Have we lost much? Where are the units? I'm not following. Oh! And just like that, they are packing their stuff. Yeah, ballistics, yes. That's what we need. Alright. I'm a bit surprised that I'm still alive. Uh-oh. Perhaps it's going to change soon. And they were able to idle some small portions of my army, perhaps. And I wasn't really utilizing this too much. Oopsie. Where is my army now? I have to wonder what happened. When we had everything firmly in our control, then all of a sudden something happened. Okay, so what's going on here? No, just a few units here and there, doing their work, good for them. Imperial age is soon upon us, so that's good. And then perhaps we can add this single... Oh, you could be doing work here, thank you. Thank you very much. So since we have plenty of resources and we are almost at the next age, there's no reason to stop hoping for our very clever comeback, which is of course going to take place soon after these very important messages. So chemistry, yes, some upgrades would be nice. We have plenty of wood, so perhaps we could try to utilize the fact and create a few extra farms. Just like here, for example. Few idols here and there, yes, that's us, and then we can help with that. And now it boils down to the carefulness with which we can try to keep our armies alive, and whether this is enough to to destroy those. Those are really not too pleasant people constantly killing my... Let's do an additional barracks, just like that, and then perhaps rescuing a few units here and there. And now that we have this great army in place, we can try to again make do with what we got. So they don't have too many, like, I would like to say that they don't have too many things going on for them, but they have still managed to kill quite a few of my units. Now we should be able to get rid of their army over here. Now, yeah, let's go here. So the push is dead to a point, but we still would very much benefit from from having more and betterly equipped units for us. Oh no, no. Just like this. Okay, and then dun 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 dun. Aggressive town center. Just the way you're supposed to do. Ah, run! Nice work over there. Good job, boys and girls and others. And perhaps we can also try to build a castle later on. Alright, we can't carry some of that. Get in, everyone! We still have 59. Oh, these could be used here. I'm not utilizing my army too much. But when I do, I'll do it with grace. So a castle here just to secure this position. It's very important, yes. And not caring too much about the fact that they are walking in with their villagers. We can try to get rid of that. We can kill those. And now that castle is never going to go up. Bad news for you. So of course this could be a you're gonna have gazillion of other villagers coming and whatnot, but that castle is not going to go up probably ever. Could be just me speaking from thin air, but so what have we? Eagle warriors extra. Yes, a few units like that could be nice. And now what we need is just any kind of unit to help us stop this aggression. We still have market, right? Okay. And just like that, we go off. And we could probably raid them a bit here. And few farms would be nice. And we don't have too many things going on for us necessarily. But soon we shall have a few. Oops. Oh no. I just said that the castle is never going up, and now all of a sudden it is going up. It's just 2 villagers. Oh no. Was I lying all the time? Should have probably produced a few more units, now that I think of it. But I still have a chance. There's still time. All I need is just a few units to stop this from happening. Ah. Goodbye. Ah, this has to be the greatest day of my life. So we are losing a few villagers here and there. Of course, that's the price we are willing to pay for the chance to stay in the game. And we have plenty of wood. So what we could try to do is make this great comeback through or happen. But it's going to be that much harder now that they are pushing us from few sides, and when we don't actually have too much going on for us. So we may have to call it. Alright, I had this here as well. I don't know how he went or had a chance to get in, but so that's something that's not utilized as of yet. Perhaps soon it is. And I would enjoy getting more food to actually produce something. But let's see, what have we left? We have a few. Now there's this very firm control, so why doesn't my keyboard is sometimes a bit tricky, so perhaps that's the reason I lost this game as well. So let's see, early pressure with the castle didn't matter much to me. I could have raided this location. I could have tried to raid them anywhere. Just having few archers would have been painful since they don't have that fast moving army. But I don't think, well, this base is solid enough. It's very good, and with the mule cart, it's easier to keep your guys following. So it's of course a very nice economical bonus. So you don't have to remember to replace your lumber camps. But it looks from the from this setup that my opponent knew what he was doing, like collecting relics. That's very good. Building forward, applying pressure, even if I felt that it wasn't too much of a pressure, it was still very good. And once I showed up with the archers, the skirmishers appeared immediately, and I never built any group of eagle warriors to actually compete with that. Kill that ratio looks very familiar. Largest army, yes, there's some similarities to the past matchups we have had. Very good wood collection, yes, that's going to translate into especially end game when we are running out of forests to cut. Then this is going to be very important. So I'm glad that we have that settled. Now we only have to be able to last the 5 hours it takes for arena to run out of wood. Solid plans there, or building a, what's the correct word for that? Well, it will come to me eventually. But solid builds there, so it looked like arena in that sense. And I'm glad about my boom based on this number, but of course I should have also focused on defending. So if I have most of my economy set up behind this house ball, then it might probably make sense to also prepare some sort of answer to the eventually coming push. Now I think that if I had my archers home and I had controlled them, that would have been good. That I had a chance in there, and I could have also tried to move once the castle appeared here, since I had this really nice area behind another layer of wall. I could have won extra minutes against raids by building or moving my farming eco here. Or instead of trying to fit all here, I could have moved 10 or 20 farms here and have my lumber camps here behind this forest. So my base would have had more room for military buildings, production buildings, and it wouldn't have been so easy to get rid of all the 5 TCs or how many I ever fit around here with a single trebuchet here. Also, since I'm eager to try whether there's a chance, at least at this level, to utilize the resources on the neutral area better. I was a bit unfortunate in that I was lacking skill to scout the map earlier, and a bit unlucky that I didn't move my villagers to this side where there would have been nice place for a town center, for example. Now this, of course, since there was a relic, they would have found out that I was there, so perhaps my neutral forward was only allowed to exist because it didn't have any resources, as we can tell. And hi, UC AOE. UC AOE, perhaps? Hey mate, and hey, welcome. UC AOE. And if I'm mispronouncing that, then it's just... You should see me play. Playing with words is easy. Playing AOE, as you may have noticed, based on your nickname, this is a whole different story. We are at around from this games lobby, and as you can tell from Capture Ages information here in parentheses, we are at around 1k. So in the very beginning stage. At least I hope that this is very beginning stage, since that's where I am currently going. And now Wassel... Sorry, I have to zoom a bit. Wassel 9. Whenever an opponent plants a castle in your face, you have to build one in front of it and rush to imp. Yeah, that's commonly... that sounds really... that's pretty much what you have to do in Arena. Thanks, Wassel. And that's what I see pros do. So there's probably some wisdom to that. Now, what I neglected in this game and in the last one, that wasn't Arena, of course, was collecting stone. So having prioritized that, now I have a few villages here, but I have this 1000 rating. Nice. Is that after your ranking has settled? Perhaps. What does it mean for the ranking to settle? Like this is only the 10th or 15th game, or around like a few handfuls of games that I've played. So that means that we are very easily going down. Not that easy to go up, but very easily going down. So now we get to enjoy this 1k level of AOE, and after some time I think my win-death ratio is around 1-to-1, but no, like it's not very telling at this point, of course. But I think my strength currently is the fact that I've watched some people play, the Vipers and others, and oh well, let's see. Here you should send more wheels to stone and avoid booming. Yeah, it sounds like I'll slow down just a bit. That if I had now prepared to drop a castle here, for example, just to face the castle and prevent any easy access to my eco, and also would be able to control this golden stone of mine that used to be mine. I can fondly remember that time. This would have made the forward at least neutralize that quite a bit, I think. So thanks, that's a good comment. And if that's the biggest mistake, well, based on what we have seen so far, then that's a very very nice thing to hear as well. And when I was commenting about the thing, the fact that I've watched some games from the more advanced players than me, is that it has given some examples of how to react to things. Now, of course, it's very different when you are playing the game, and I'm not as game-wise. I'm not saying that I do know what I should do, like plant a castle here, and prioritize that, getting the castle, because the theory that I have at this level, because, well, eventually I'm going to get there, be it at level 800 or whatnot, is that there might be more room for surprising moves. Like, if my opponent thinks that he has me pinned, then perhaps there is a chance that I could try to do something surprising to give this false sense of security at this point, and actually do something clever to finish the game. But that's because I haven't played myself, and so this is just like theorizing at this stage. So this is why I'm trying something atypical. So it has to do with the lack of skill and the game knowledge, and also the idea that there might be a room to do some unorthodoxical stuff that might end up losing the game for us, of course. And use the AOE, why is booming a mistake? At least the way I understood it, but Vossel was quicker to reply, that your opponent will rush to imp and rep your base, making the boom pointless, which is basically what happened. It took Oddski a while to get there, but you can see that happened. Even though I have nice 20 villager lead, and like this is I'm just playing for the long game, even though I haven't gotten any relics, but just play with me. So I'm planning for the distant future, where my economy kicks in. I'm finally reaching the imp as well. And here I'm lacking the second building, while obsessively watching the gold to rise. And ooh, Poop Lord, thank you for the ride. When did that happen? Am I missing a... like, is that the reason you are here? Oh, right. Yeah, it's very visible, but I didn't have color codes for that. Thank you for the raid. that explains the activity in the chat as well. Welcome. Heh. Yeah. This is very similar to the raids that I have in this game. That things happen, but I don't necessarily very often notice those before it's almost too late. And now, just to collect my thoughts, this is, in my opinion, a very good example why it's just trying to boom your way out of a dire situation may not work. So even though my opponent is still playing only 2 TCs, I have 4 and 5th, and I have lost a few by now. I'm not actually utilizing the eco. I'm not defending properly. So even a few double-handed swordsmen are able to cause havoc, or are they champions already? So very good. So I'm managing. I'm trying to keep up in the game, but my opponent isn't too far when comparing the resources collected. I'm still not at imp, and buildings are getting destroyed all over my base. So I don't have very many things going for me. So let's see what I have missed. Thanks for the vivid conversation, by the way. Oh no, we've been here 3 hours. Yeah, well, hopefully you have had a few breaks, as I did. Helps to withstand the content. And let's see, so welcome to the chat as well, Beanie Bong Baron. I remember you from the past as well, from the distant past of 2 days or so. And also, the game has room for improvisation, but there are many moves that require immediate action or response. Yeah, and yeah, I agree with that. Like, and now what I'm trying to build here in the hopefully in the very near future is the game sense, to notice that okay, well, like a few games ago there was this tower rush, and thanks to some voice in my head that had doubts, warmth to it, I was able to stop the rush or the tower rush at the third tower when it was actually harassing my eco, or at least that's how I felt about it. And like here, the takeaway from this game, I'm trying to get more out of each game that is probably possible, but at least now that I haven't played too many games, it feels very important to spend some time watching what happened, and later on I presume that the key takeaways are fewer if I'm able to improve, fewer and fewer. Is that if there is this forward castle, then that should be a priority. Even if my initial, like this old immediate reaction would be that it there's very little harm that it causes, it actually was able to, even if there was nothing else done but the walls removed from the front of my base, it still opened up a way to rush, and later on once they fast imped to crush everything. So I'll have to remember that. So it's very good feedback. Now we are eagerly waiting for the next arena game, because once we can tell if the attack or the threat is real or more more like four, as they say in French, then that leaves more room for the improvisation, which is of course something that we all aim for, because that's art, and that's very important. How many people did you annoy today? Poop Lord asked us. Use the AOE, and Poop Lord annoyed himself today. That's very good. That's one way to play the game, and if you annoy yourself first, then there's no room for others to do that. So it's a very clever thing. And Binny Bong Baron, I'm a new streamer too. You will notice it faster as you go. Thanks for the encouragement. It's like back reading this chat. Now the delay is only a few minutes here and there. But now eco kill 44 to 6. So this tells you that the defense didn't last as long as it could have. And now we are finally equalized in villages, or might have happened a few minutes ago, but still. And what else? That's not good happens. It's not about how many times you get knocked down, it's how many times you get upright, which is a advice, yes. Day 6th and your 6th follower. I feel special. Well, Binny Bong Baron, you of course are entitled to feel special, and I presume that that goes to everyone who happens to be listening, because you are 1 out of trillion. So very special day to all of us indeed. But what if you don't get knocked down at all? Then you never get up. Thank you, Chucky Magnus, for continuing the conversation. I'm tempted to read that through. Then you stay where you are in a sort of stasis, says Binny Bong. It helps to get high for that. Yes. And Chucky continues. What is you are the best in the world? No need to get better. Alright, but if you are the best of the world, best in the world. And Binny Bong replies, someone else will chase best, so there's always room for effort to improve. Now that's this is going to be a bit sidetracked, tracked in a sense, but since like being a best player in AOE, for example, which is something that a dream we all can share, of course, is one thing. But if we add labels and like take the best left-handed AOE player, for example, then that suddenly narrows it down a bit. And there are people like the Viper who might be able to play as a lefty and still beat some people. But if we add more labels and narrow it down even further, that to beat age or playing through mirror or playing it a mirror image, you perhaps get what I mean. And therefore complicating things, it might very well be that there are very many Age of Empires players that are very best or could be very best players if we just gave enough labels. So that's something worth thinking about, if that makes any sense. Now, am I missing something? It's quite likely that I am. But still, the common way we think about bestness is usually quite narrow, and if we just allow for extra labels to be added, then there could be more best people at very many things. But that I'm digressing a bit here. What if you kill every other threat asks Chucky, so the conversation goes on. People can't best you if they are expired. Yes, posthumous besting happens very rarely. I have to agree with that. And Beanie Bong recalls me, can't remember where from, but it could have been just a raid like this. That's at least my secret to it. But this is obviously going to be a start of really nice friendship. So what if you kill every other threat? Then you can choose which one had the best house, take that and then blaze up. Well, now I'll have to focus on that for a moment. And my elo indeed is around about 1000 at the moment. And if I trade a follow, or if anyone does, which is actually what I can recommend for people to do, because it's really, it gives you this nice warm feeling when you connect with people that you think are people, that are human, and only later when they can't pass a simple CAPTCHA test to join your dinner party, you realize that they may not be. But still the feeling may, like the memories of course will last even then. They have just changed as objects. Now, this is really nice. So there's following building happening. Best easy dropper in the world. That goes as a one example, yes. When thinking about this specialization. And there's a chance that Beanie Bong Baron is the best 230 pound 5 what is it, 5 feet 11 inches British guy with an 8-inch long beard and a Taiwanese wife, AOE2 player in the world. And I would like to see a contender to that competition. So if there is anyone watching this, then please reveal yourself. So we can have a best of 21. I'll watch that. And I presume there would be others as well. Like how could anyone miss that? And Chucky Magnets is probably the best Asian Latino TC dropper living in California with a mustache. And if that's not enough, then we can always try to think of new attributions. Who just got rid of his mustache, for example. If need be, like if we are forced to make something happen, to be the bestest. 2 world champions in the same room. Yes, and there are others to follow. It's just give me a few hours to think about that. Highly impressed that Surungari has led red all of our absolute Waffy. What a champ. Well, thank you, Beanie Bong Baron. That's what I do best. And sometimes I'm even a content provider when it comes to very meaningful discussions, conversation, and so forth. And Chucky Magnets finishes off, since we are almost at the end of, I'm going to have to think of something to do after this. So Chucky Magnets comments that reveal yourself. This guy has a great voice and accent. And if you are referring to me, then thank you very much. And once I have this very neat camera setup, then that's going to happen. But of course, it might take some time. I'm quite slow, you may have noticed. And Pooh, no, yeah, that's it. Okay, I can read. And Beanie Bong closes the chat as it currently goes. No, with the comment that I think he could be Snoop Dogg. Thank you for very much for that. Of course, I'll have to do some googling. And Binny Bong also has been streaming a few months and only used my webcam once. Never again. Why is that? I can see reasons for that, of course. Like if you don't want to give up your appearance because you are afraid that the challenger appears and then you aren't the best 230 pound 5 feet 11 inches how it went player, then of course that's a very valid fear to have. And then you are going to have to think of something else, and it's just like it's going to take that much more of your brain energy. So like having that sort of secrecy is of course a very valid reason. How about a ranked match? Yes. After a 2-minute break, and if you leave during that, then I hope that you are enjoying your days and doing very plentiful doing plenty of meaningful and joy bringing things with your times. But I'll be back in a sec. I think I can also try to make it visible for all the newcomers, since they are obviously going to be, now that the word has spread, there are going to be trillions of those, so you don't have to try to help them. And Binny Bong's last comments, I just like to hit bongs and I had to keep turning camera off. Yeah, that makes sense. And then it's like this extra burden to try to keep up whether the camera is on, whether the microphone is on. Am I on my break now? I should be. See you soon. And back we are. The last few breaks I've taken, I've also been very careful to create or make some coffee for myself, and then after an hour-long game that I have postponed due to my inability to read the GG situation, I've come to notice that my coffee is cold and hardly drank at all. So this time I didn't do that mistake, because we are here to learn. So let's see if that works. And Winnibong hangs around for now. I'll take that as a promise that you are still around, and will, or plan at least, to go away from keyboard quite soonish in 15 minutes, so good for you. That 15 minutes may have already passed, of course, but if it hasn't, nice of you to stick around. And Chucky comments that I think my reason I wouldn't reveal my identity publicly is because I wouldn't want folks at work to find out my online persona, which makes sense as well. I've thought about the issue in the past. I was very secretive about my presence in life in general, but then I also thought about not necessarily a very original thought, that there are millions of people around, and there are millions of people, let's see, are there millions dying every day? That's hardly the case, but there are thousands of people dying every day. Now, do I know very many stories of those people who are dying or who are now dead? In most cases I don't, and I do think it's quite likely that I'm going to be one of those people that very many people don't know about that ever existed. So in that way, I thought that giving people a chance to get to know me would be worthwhile in that, when thinking about that way. But of course, there's also there would be very, very good reasons why you don't want to let people at work know what you do online, for example. So there could be security reasons for that and whatnots, career advancement reasons. So I'm not blaming you. And of course, it could also be because of your workmates. So Arabia, it is. I'm sorry for my opponent for postponing, like making them believe that I'm picking a ship and thinking what this map is all about, when actually I wasn't doing either. And now I'm at Aztecs against Teutons, and there have been a time when I played Aztecs. I haven't played them for reals. Oh no, that's mistakes were clicked. Okay, well, we can fix this. But yeah, as usually commented, you are not a Civ speaker. That is true, at least at this stage, since I enjoy the randomness of the game, and I know it's from like practicing reasons. It would be very good idea to do that, because like in the last game on Arena, I got lost in the first minutes because Mayans, extra villagers, what to do, and forgot to build houses and all that. And the same thing happened with Chinese. So I very easily get lost. What okay. Well, the lamb got that coming. So like if I was to perfect my builds, which is something that probably would make sense at some level, might be that when we are at the desperate facing the desperate times and are about to be kicked from the ladder because we have a negative elo or something, then that's when we are going to have to spare up our game real fast, and that's where I'm saving the civ picking, or if I have a really nice idea about something that I want to try out. Currently I'm just enjoying the fact that I get to play this game at all. So but yeah, so if there comes a time when I really have to play for reals, then why not? I can see why people would want to get most out of their gaming hours and practice the things, like do things properly, and once they are able to manage in a nice fashion, well, I could have prevented that, but then expanding to other civilizations afterwards, I can see the sense behind that. And Binibong decided to watch whilst going to shopping. Thanks for that. And comments from him almost always oh, oopsie. Well, we can make this work. So people more often than not pick their civs, which is probably something that there are quite a few things happening that I'm not taking very good care of. Now the guy who was supposed to help this. Okay, well this is exactly what happens when I'm telling my life story while playing. But now this gives my opponent this false sense of not knowing what I'm doing, so they feel that much less pressurized and will eventually be ambushed. For some reason, there must be some key difference between me and the Viper, that he's able to read the chat and make commentaries out of that, while I'm still missing sheep and I can't. Well, let's see. Now we are at somewhat dire situation, somewhat you might say, but we are just going to make the best out of the occasion. So we are lacking some food, we are about to be housed. This is going to be very advanced ad hoc build that's going to somehow carry us through the painful situation where we found ourselves in. And I still wanted to read the comment of Jussi. Yeah, I think at the beginning it's good to civ pick and spend that time to learn the basics for the game if you intend to improve. And I see you pretty new to the game. Yes. Well, my story of course is that I've played this since it first appeared. So what is it? 20 years ago, 25 years ago. I played the first Age of Empires, its demo, back when it was new, and enjoyed it tremendously. And there has been no online competitive games on my part. Oh yeah, this is going to we are just going to make it work. So we had a rough start, but it's not like we lost 2 villagers to a single boar like happened 10 games ago. So I've played my share of the game aeons ago, but it's a totally different experience to me to play somewhat competitively online. All this stress and whatnot, and the publicity of course plays a part. What do we want to do? We are Aztecs, so we can just we can do anything because we are a very powerful S-tier civ. We don't need 3 lumber camps though, so that was just a lack of control on my part. Thank you for visiting. Some idle time, but that like it doesn't matter in the end. You shall see. But yeah, so I've played some online games with my friends in the past. And even in this present day, we are occasionally having some games against AI, so that's a different story. But before this game, I thought I had some basics, like basic knowledge under my belt. Now this is probably shows you that the builds aren't quite there, so there are things that could be done differently and could be omitted as well. Some things aren't worth doing. There's when Viper played against when they were casting some AI games, the AI tended to create lumber camp. I don't know whether it was barbarian or something else. I should probably remember. And they created new lumber camp for every 4 villagers, which was excessive as per everyone. But now that I'm floating wood and not knowing what to do, it feels like a very good idea to cover my tracks with an idea like that. Then we will, yes, okay, everything's falling and not in a nice way. But yeah, so I'm quite new to the game at this level, especially like playing at fast speed, for example. No, not fast, normal speed, which is still faster than casual, and trying to actually do the things that I can see pros doing, like constantly queuing up people in the or villagers in the town center and making use of my army and also taking care of them, because now I should be able to tell that my opponent is going fast castle. That's of course makes sense in a sense, also because I saw no military presence from them, and that probably means that they have made their walls in a way that shouldn't really harass me. No, it shouldn't allow me to harass them too easily. But what we are doing now is applying this very fake pressure, yes, and probably the thing I see pros do at this stage is to fast castle themselves, since there are probably full walls and very little I can do, so the eagles very waste, and then trying to keep up because they have wasted only some time building the walls. But instead, of course, what we are going to do is add a few archers and hope that our opponent has not as clean. Well, we are still lacking loom, I have to remember that. That they are having some difficulties with their build as well, and that's how we are able to strike fear to their hearts. Is that enough, perhaps? Just a few archers, yes. Enjoy your lives. I'm going to take good care of you, of course. We are on the same boat. And then, if possible, we can try to make some aggression happen in a fashion that our opponent reacts to it in a bad fashion, like overreacts, for example, as I'm quite often. No, we don't actually need fletching. We would need it to make something happen, but we are just testing our opponent's skill. Wheelbarrow is not very optimal thing to invent at this stage. We could have just clicked up. Okay, we are playing our chances. And the archer could have positioned elsewhere. So let's stay there. And now there's tower. It's already is like it's possible that they are no. I find it possible that they are on their way to the castle age. Would be good for them. And then if they are, that means that they must collect, or now fletching would be nice. Collect some stone in order to be able to afford any additional town centers, so that takes something away from their boom, if that's their plan. So I'm like, I don't think that's something that they should have done. Like, is the gold really that important? I doubt it is. But then again, their walls are made in such a fashion at that. Go up, that's good advice. I know. Luckily I only just read it. But okay, well, let's be sensible. We will want to keep our other units alive as well. So what is this villager doing here? Dun da 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 da. Enjoying her time probably. But what else? And now I think we can, since we can afford quite a few things, we could try to make that visible. Bum, 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 bum. And now we can just add the town center soon. So I'm curious to see what our opponent is doing. Knights, well, that shouldn't be too much of a surprise necessarily. Let's run away. And this is one of those times when having combined forces might be useful. Now we don't need this, we are going to need it later, but we can just create a few scouts. Or eagles. Upgrade them a bit and then hope that we can surprise our opponent with this. We don't need this either. The secondary town center could happen, for example, here, just because it's a very clever place. They're never going to find it. And then we are in a position where we want to wait for a bit. Or I would like to wait for a bit. Don't know about them. You probably can go imp soon as well. Yeah, that's well. Thanks to this very clever build. You see, I'm going to pronounce this differently every time. That's somewhat likely. But we also should probably make a few villages here and there. That would probably make sense. We also had in our game plan that if there's ever a solid water oh, where did those knights come from? Hello? Well, you have been expected, but not... of course, we didn't want that to happen, but... Luckily we have loom, so we are in absolutely no... having no problems. And very much like our opponent has no problems, or very few problems. Run away! We should... Okay, no. We may be losing a few more villagers than we would have enjoyed losing, but this is for their own sake. They are going to tank us later. Because they are doing very important work by letting our opponent have this false sense of security now that they have been able to kill some 20 of our villagers, that they would have a solid lead, whereas in actual reality they have nothing going for them, Oh no. Oh no, not again. But there are a few like map awareness type of things that I feel are perhaps a bit lackluster, or like mini-map awareness things that I could have very easily reacted more promptly to that. And something happened here as well. Could have been anything. So especially against an active opponent, I am very often lost due to the fact that they are able to do and achieve things that I'm only witnessing from the recordings later on, which probably is a reason why it would make sense to have like build plans and also like other plans and try to stick to those. So my opponent is creating knights. I can very easily create a few extra eagles. I'd like to think we can also university. Yes, it's a very important building once we surprise our opponent with archery play. That's going to happen soon. Yes. Just wait and see. Now the few key takeaways that we had earlier were such that we should try to get rid of the aggression if our opponent is posing any threat to us. Now what is this? And the thing we learned a couple of games ago was about map presence, that it would make sense to try to get some. So our opponent is doing very good work with that. And few extra things. Having the buildings required for the next age is something that very easily don't happen for some reason. But what is going to be our game plan now? We could go imp, it wouldn't make too much sense. But then again, because Teutons, for some reason my message didn't get through from my phone, said Bini Bong. And that was probably very good message that you sent, and would have like check out, you have knights in your base. That would have been good. But now that we don't have any immediate thing to react to, we can try to build this army. As you can tell, we have very solid numbers here. Army number of 4. They are resting there, or getting their spirits up in a boot camp. And Teutons, knights. So spearmen would be like a very clever thing to prepare just in case they are going to raid us. And Binibong's comments. Heard your story, mine was the same. Started with demo, played games against AI, beat the entire campaign on hard mode, and then finally 6 months ago started online. Yeah, very good. That's nice to hear that, and glad that you did. And don't forget, knights do a lot of bonus damage against eagles. That's a good advice. Thanks. So, how very sad are we that we lost the... Okay, so it's going to be very clever archery play. Yes. Prepare for the worst. And Binibong's elo, as asked by UC, is 1236 and has been almost 1300, so that's a very solid number when comparing to mine. And we don't really need this armor as much as, well, we can still afford it, so why not? Now we are expecting some raids, so, well, that's a very preemptive thing. So defensive castle here just to make things look neat. Town centers, and what's going on here? Yeah, well, we can scout the map a bit while we are at it. And now the surprising archer play that was a very clever idea 15 minutes ago. And few extra citizens to help with the economical side of things. Ooh, and it's not going too well, so let's scout a bit more. And then, since we are imp, we should probably try to make use of our current level of technology. And to infantry attack would be nice. But now you can probably tell quite easily that we are doing multiple things at the same time and not really achieving too much, whereas we could be focusing on doing something. We shall give away our archers because they are not going to believe their eyes, and then we move on forwards with our very clever setup. Now we have few random citizens there, and what else? An armor could be nice, and we could try to see what's going on the field. And since we can't make that happen. Well, we can still scout the map a bit. Upgrade our eagles a bit. Keep our eco rolling, roaming. And they have gazillion of knights, but that's still all they have. Okay. Perhaps make the archers look a bit less suitable, but we just have to trust our numbers, and our numbers show that they beat everything. Extra attack and range for skirmishers doesn't sound as good as extra attack for our infantry, so perhaps a few extra barracks, because it's usually nice thing to have buildings to produce military from. Few farms just to make things look more pretty in our town. And then there's quite high likely that our opponent has been gathering map presence and is enjoying his life at the moment. But we of course shouldn't be too scared about that. Teutonic Knights. I'm so happy to witness that, because where was it? Yeah. And that's a very good reason to prepare some of the archers that we may have. Alright, the gathering point is there. Yeah, that makes sense. That we were discussing earlier. We should probably be focusing on something else at this time. But well. Archer upgrade is coming as soon as we have means for that. There is a trebuchet, but we don't care about that. Now we should probably do something about the issue eventually. But now let's see what we can do. More ranges. That's solid advice. I may have missed a few, but I shall read through this later on. And now we can probably add a castle here just for the sake of it. So that's not very good reasoning to to do anything, but that's what we do now when we are hard pressed. And now we can also witness that it was actually a... No. Well, yeah, we can make this happen. Somehow we can make this happen. Your duty is to save that poor villager while the rest of us carry on living. Oops. No. Mistakes were made. But we can still make it happen. Thanks to these guys here. Na. Now it's your responsibility to make it happen so that we are secured once again. So this is not too rare sight to have some rather, I would like to say, rather small pressure at our hands and still having catastrophic results. But that's how we learn how to play. That's the service promise that we have in place. And just a few extra, because now we have resources, so we should probably be using them. That castle is eventually going up. Good for us. And we should probably do like gazillion of... There are woodcutters. Well, slacking off somewhat. Some are dead, of course. We can't save them all. And luckily we have market at our disposal. But yeah, so I was perhaps underestimating my opponent's capabilities when it comes to building a massive army. Because since we have quite good eagle, what's the current? Elite eagle warriors, we should probably have a few of them. We could have a few pikemen at our disposal. We could have some extra wood to make things happen. And instead we have very little things going for us. And this, in my opinion, goes to show that I'm not very good at booming. So when I have a chance or when I read the game incorrectly, so that it boils down to that. We have plenty of resources, but I'm not utilizing them. And yes, the knight's bonus damage is a valid point still. So, and now they are even better than the ordinary knights, but at least H4 procs or haprocs gets the joy of playing with them. The thing I'm thinking now is when I focus on building economy, it usually backfires in a sense that I give up map presence, as happened here. And while I can like try to harass my opponent like I'm doing now, they still have had quite a safe game behind the walls, and thanks to the bonus damage the eagles aren't going to last too long. And I could have created like 80 pikemen, not halberdier. And I have a feeling that when rewatching this should be somewhat, if not easy, easy game to win. At least I should have had quite a few more tools at my disposal than I realized that I had. Or was able to utilize. This was supposed to be lumber camp, but it's never too late. And we still have a really nice amount of villagers and whatnots, but since our opponent is in a very firm position, this is a position where we are wasting a bit of everyone's time. by playing around and getting the feel of things, since you noticed last time that I spent not almost as much time watching the game as playing it took. I think the Hera advice that playing more games and practicing in general would be a good idea. But yeah, I can call this lost, but also it was very well played by my opponent. By making me play with my weaknesses and not being able to apply my strengths. Yes, and soon we can see what happened there. But I'll just quickly skim through the chat, because there were about 15,000 messages that I missed, just to see if there's something that I should have noticed regarding me or this game. And so, for example, thing that I could have done in the early stage was add, only in the third age, once I was there, I could have added a few monks to make the knight play that, even though my opponent was Teutons still, trying to get some presence with that, and any like slight conversion here and there. But so what did I miss? So Beanie Bong Baron only plays meme strat as a Poop Lord follower. That's suitable, replies Jussi, and Jussi, well, eventually. And compliments towards Poop Lord. It's very good. It's this AOE scene, like, I haven't played video games or games in general too much for the past decade perhaps, but watching the AOE scene around tournaments and the comments that people got on YouTube and where not, just looked really nice. Like, who wouldn't want friends like that? So it shouldn't surprise us that even Poop Lord is a good guy, even if there are a few meme strat players here and there. And what else? Easy to say what is a mean meme strat, but in my experience, early archers while I try to fast castle meme is mean. Yes, very mean, and part of the fun, of course. But one would also need the skills to pull that off, while of course I at least at this stage and in this age, I am more eager to take a good game or a fun game. I don't know if this was a good game for my opponent, but I hope that he wasn't too bored or anything, but having a good game where there were moments of lapses perhaps, but also moments of clever, cunning moves that may have ended badly, is something that I look forward to at the moment. Later on, I feel free to change my opinion regarding the matter. And UCAOE has 1400 ELO broke today. Congrats, well done. And then, well, fall is to be expected since you have a chance to face even tougher players or you are likely to face tougher players. So it's like moving from playing on an open ice on a lake ice hockey and then slowly evolving to the larger stadiums and ice hockey rinks where people are getting paid to do what they do and people are cheering in the audience and whatnot. So you can expect that some tricks that worked on the lake when there was snow and holes that some fishermen, ice fishing people had done that you could make use of don't exist anymore. Now, what else? GG though. And thanks Minibong. And I think switching eco to wood/food whilst getting pike would have been better. Maybe the gold could go to something else. Monks maybe. But I rarely go to Imperial Age, so what do I know? Yeah, that's my weakness as well. Like, getting more age is not necessarily a good thing. But yeah, I would agree that, like, just building this army of... I think I had the resources at some point to have, for example, 20, 40... something in between pikemen to secure my base and prevent the raiding from taking place, or at least making it that much more costly, would have been a good idea. Even if I then added the archers as gold unit and to handle all the... Let's see if we manage to get the capture age as well. To support the pikemen and to get rid of all the Teutonic knights or other gimmicky units that might happen, or my opponent might create. But let's see. Like now I was just throwing away the eagles that could have been trying to do some raiding and then recovered to another location. I could have had just 5 or 10 of them running across the map if I was able to keep good care of those, which is not something that I'm not very good at doing yet. But defense first approach would have been good in that sense. Like having some random pikemen here and there would have made it that much more costly for my opponent to try to raid, and then this huge lump of archers would have made the end game more interesting, even if my opponent could have fathered that pressure with mangonels or other means, like skirmishers and so forth. But now we never really got too far with the paper skisser game due to my stubbornness and getting stuck with the eagles and throwing my potential economical advantage away during all that. Now let's see. Oh, and there are things happening. So not only did Poop Lord raid me, thanks for that, and thanks to you all who have stayed to this point or are watching this recording later on. Keen to know what you have missed. And Bini Bong Baron for your follow, and also Vossel9 for your follow. The delay is only an hour. Highly appreciated. Hope you enjoy your stays here and there. And thanks back at you, I think you followed me too. That's actually quite likely. Yes. Haven't yet watched you live, but I expect that to happen. And then I'll be the first one to ask about the camera. Like, nice stream, but who is it who talks? And then again, complimenting that you are the clearly the best with these certain criteria. 230 pounds and 5 feet 11 inches, perhaps. I'll have to memorize a bit things. And I was planning the game today, then watched Poop Lord for an hour, now here. Well, good for us, then. And that's like, if there's a solid strategy for keeping your elo intact, then that's the way to go. At least based on my today's performance, which has been better than ever before, but for some reason my opponents have been even better. They have somehow overcome the all the hardship that I have been able to throw at their direction. Now, I think that being familiar with the civilization that you are playing, its strengths and weaknesses, being able to recall the upgrade paths available, for example, would help in a situation like this, since even at my level I was able to see that Haprox was aiming for the long game, or at least postponing any aggression, and I happen to know that Aztecs are a good civilization as the game progresses, since they have one of the best, like I think after Incas. Not that there are too many civilizations that compete in this category, but that goes to show how you can be best at something even if you aren't too good. But still, the elite eagle warriors, when reaching imp, are still very good. So I could have tried to actualize or form a solid plan and then try to make that happen instead of just ad hocing like next moves here and there. Here I didn't witness this tower very fast. I could have tried to make it more costly, but still I think that... Did they start the stone mining because of that, or were they already doing that? Oh yeah, so tower up and stone mining started. So that was the sort of reaction. That was their only goal, so it makes sense. Why not? Because they want to be able to get the knights. But I still, for some reason, I'd like to think that these, like, if they think that the walls are enough, then moving people to gather stone, selling the stone on market, and getting to knights that way would have also been an option, since it was still just a few military units. Like this, I presume that usually when someone invests into anything, they are not just going to do one or two trickle or units that trickle to the offensive, and that just happens to be my current level of gameplay. But that might have been hard to anticipate, that the pressure is not going to be too large or too heavy. But just something that I'd like to try if I'm ever at that position myself, because just having a few knights is enough to get clean me from this army, which is also something that I could have like discovered. I knew about the stables, so I could have added a few pikes to make the cleanup somewhat costly. Of course, it took Bini Bong Baron's comment about the bonus damage against eagles for me to realize that that's the reason they are performing that poorly against knights. Because here I'm still thinking that's just because there are more numbers or something like that, and I'm lacking upgrades. Why not? But still, like starting this huge pikeman production here, like having, because I had resources, there is 15 villager lead at this point. I already have 3 town centers, whilst they are only adding their second, and this is where I lose, not right away but soon, these units. But still I'm about to lose multiple villagers here myself, only because I didn't add this barracks right next to the town center, so I could have created 5 pikemen the moment I saw the knights, or the moment I saw the stables, just in case. So like this was very unnecessary damage that I took. And while okay, I was watching the numbers in the, or they are just queuing more, because all of a sudden I only lost 15 villagers, and all of a sudden they took the lead. Like that's how quickly a game can take a turn. So if I hadn't thrown or wasted that many villagers, if I had invested 200 or 300, even 500 resources to create a few pikemen, that would have been a different story. And I also could have monastery in place. I could have a monk or two trying to compete for the relics that are still available, because my opponent doesn't have, or didn't have resources, or didn't have the actions to make that happen by themselves. So now playing this open and not investing into any defensive forces was a very easy mistake. But of course it also took the initiative. Yes, why not? My opponent's initiative to do the raiding. So some lower elo player might not have done that. And you see AOE. The biggest mistake is not having an army. We are in 30 minutes and the only army we have is 10. Yes, I agree. One of the key things I've noticed, even in the previous game before this, when I happened to have a leading position with multiple town centers and age advantage, was that I was still behind in army numbers. Like trying to make use for these resources. Now I could be throwing down few more production buildings and making sure that they are always doing something, because I have the resources, 1000 wood and food. It wouldn't have hurt to create 20 pikemen, just in case they are doing something or carrying on with the path they chose, for example. And so this is also a prioritizing, a question about prioritizing, that I'm doing probably something very important in my mind, trying to build economy and try to cover from the losses that I took, but still the Viper approach, there are probably quite a few players who think like that, but he's the one who said it to me first, while there were of course thousands of others listening, but it was clearly pointed to me. that whenever one has a leading position in a game, like I felt once I had a chance to harass their eco, force the tower, and then build up my town centers, is to think how to not lose the game, and or how I could lose the game. And just losing 20 villagers to a raid is one way of at least giving my opponent a very firm chance of winning the game. Like now they are floating resources as we speak, just like enjoying hopefully their time. They could have clicked up earlier, and it was only now that they realized, oh yeah, I think I did, but I forgot or whatnot. And that's partially thanks to the fact that they had. I also could have gone a bit more aggressive, but since I didn't have army, I thought this is a very clever thing to do. But yeah, more aggressive castle could have felt more good, since this is a momentum game too. But yeah, just trying to secure my base and throwing in extra town centers if I need for protection, if I'm afraid or if I'm doubting my skills or my speed to do the necessary clicks necessary to keep my villagers safe. Then at least having a place where they can hop for the security if time comes would be nice. And now they have also been able to expand their economy. Now this castle of course afforded them to secure a nice spot for 20 or so villagers gathering gold and stone that are they were actually meant for me, but still. And now I'm still floating resources. I could be creating pikemen, for example. I have 4, so I've seen knights. I haven't probably seen that they have 4 stables here, but I could have expected that they have somewhat greater force than the one I saw earlier. And then there's elite Teutonic knight, just to show off their skills and capabilities. But the game sense was off. I didn't need better eagles for anything at this point. I could have just amassed pikemen and archers, for example. Since my opponent was playing in a closed form with defenses and all that, so it was a waste of resources. First going to imp in a sense without having an army, and then the thing that you witnessed earlier was throwing away this 20 head army here, and now my opponent lost probably like 0 units there in that combat. The response to their economy, or the damage that I caused their economy was probably 0, so I effectively threw away 20 units that could be of use later on, or could have been useful. And now we are 15 villages behind, and resources collected, we are still leading by 2000, but the way we have utilized them is not too great. So value percentage of gold, this tells something about them. The armies. So if my opponent had chosen to be active or to risk it, they could have just ran in 15 minutes ago and they would have ended the game there. So the reason this is possible for me is because the level of play, or the respect given by people who try to not lose their elos probably. And that castle could have been also here. And it would have been nice if I had actually built it, so might have been worth the while to send just a few villagers here and there from the farms, for example, to help with the cause. Instead, I left the back door open and got somewhat punished by that, even though this wasn't the doubt castle in the end, of which I'm very happy, of course. And now still they only they spent 10 or 15 of their cavalry, and other raid is coming, handful of horses, and there's at least there should be a full panic mode in my economy at this point, with very little moves, due to the fact that there are only 10 units at my disposal. They were saving for the paladin, and I'm thinking about massing eagles. So perhaps that tells something to a very clever guy, that might be a hint of something. But okay, if you we shouldn't forget about the early game impurities. There were some questionable choices regarding the eco management and minimizing idle times and focusing on different resources, all that, but also this decision making. Once I see that my opponent is creating knights, like that could have been even perhaps some more advanced player might have deduced that from the stable, that we should prepare for knights at least. But the moment I saw those knights would have been a good place to plant down multiple barracks or utilize the ones that I had and create like 20 pikemen to secure the little base that I had against raiding. And then I might have started thinking about going offensive. But that is to say that my opponent played well. They kept their walls unbreachable, so there was no way of me to cause too much damage. The only 5 villagers lost were in the early game, where I still had the lead, or was able to garnish the little lead in this game for however short time that lasted. And then they got themselves nice map presence with this castle secured with multiple knights, and were able to produce how many, 70 paladin, and are still floating resources, pop capped more or less. At least I hope they enjoyed utilizing them, because it took an hour to get there, so perhaps there's that to partially forgive me for overextending the game to this level. Skirmishers, that was very important addition. Whereas I could have also tried to build a few pikemen. But if you have to choose between those under these circumstances with the information we had, skirmishers are also a very valid option. Nothing to be ashamed of. And this is the battle of the century. And we can see that the paladin are quite good. They are doing rather well. Like this is not an easy fight for them, but they barely manage. Whereas even just a single pikeman did more than the 10 or 20 eagles that I threw at the same forces earlier. But nice death ball from Teutons player Haprox. And my saving grace here, of course, is that once we have few experiences like this under our belt, it's going to make it that much more easy to recognize the situations and make more often more correct decisions, hopefully. Now it might be that my eyes and brain alone isn't enough to realize all the mistakes, but that's why you have a chance to help me. So thanks for sticking around. And let's have a quick skim through the statistics too, because there are a few things where we are interested or a few things we are interested about. Kill death ratio is well, it's somewhat telling. We can't deduce too much from that single number of 2.23 on my part, or the fact that Haprox was able to kill 4.3 units while losing only one, and it took me over 4 units to kill one. But it can explain some things. And military numbers as well, quite usual. My army high is greatest it has been today, being 35, so that's they are slowly evolving on that front. Resources collected, Haprox was only in the end, if I understand correctly, that's how it must have gone, being able to overcome this huge boom that we had going for us. Only we didn't utilize our resources very well. And then solid build there for both players. Nothing to comment on that matter. And I managed to lose quite a few villagers, so that's something to be improved upon. Actions per minute, we are aiming to be able to reach consistent peak of 100, but also it would be good to have average number, so when something needs to be done it wouldn't take too many seconds. That would be 2 digits probably, but wouldn't start with 1. And ta-da! That's just exactly what we have. Well, I'll take just a short break and then give it a final go before leaving to other matters. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for all the help and encouragement as well. This has been a nice ride already. See you in a few minutes. This time I'll try the coffee trick again, see how it goes. And if you happen to enjoy your enjoy the taste of coffee, then this is a moment where I encourage you to grab yourself a mug of that. But if you don't, then don't hesitate to do something else with your lives. But alright, be back in a sec. And we might just be back. Hi you all, and thanks for staying around or sticking around or finding your way here at this hour. As you can tell from the visible text, we had a few goals coming to this day, and in the last game we didn't utilize the little lake we had on Arabia that would have boosted our economy ever so much more, and that's why we lost. And game sense is something that we have been able to practice and improve upon, I'd like to say. And I very much enjoy this, the way this game, perhaps life in general, occasionally does that as well, but this game in particular tickles my brain in a fashion that it requires attention, and it has to be split to multiple directions, and there's always something that could be done, and the important thing would be to be informed enough to choose where to allocate the resource of attention. Like currently I'm of course dedicating that mostly to you and this talking thing, and during the game there are other things that are requiring some of that same bandwidth. And it's exciting to try to train that muscle as well, if you can think of it figuratively as a muscle. And slowly trying to like practice the laws of the game in such a fashion, for example, that now I might remember for, if not the rest of my life, but at least for the coming weeks, that legals don't necessarily sign against Knight line, so that wouldn't be my go-to unit, no matter how strong I might think they otherwise could be. So this is going to be an exciting journey, and I'm trying to keep the table or the list updated as well, at least to a certain point, to try to figure out where are the greatest mistakes and omissions, and how I might go about improving those. And regarding the story about coffee and how it doesn't get spent during the games for some reason, perhaps I should try to learn how to boom, or I should play Nomad, so there would be some minutes in the early game while the town center is built that I might get a chance to take a sip. But while I was traveling to make a new cup of coffee, I witnessed the last one that I had, which was still, if not half full, still at least 1/3 filled with coffee. And that journey taught me that I might get too focused on some things while neglecting some other things in real life as well, because I can very clearly remember that my mission was to drink that at some point during the second to last break, but for some reason that never materialized. Now we have some back wood here, but perhaps we could try to take the first this one that's towards our opponent. And where is all the wood we might... Where is it? Okay, well, if you can, you should. That's not generally a very good life advice. But I'll just put it out there. And now our build is almost as chaotic as... No, okay. Well, that's a terrible lumber camp if I ever build one. But we are going to have to live with that, since there were too much happening for my brains. So there are some similarities to the last game that we had. Let's hope the end result is still that much more different, hopefully. And thank you. Right, we could use this as well, yeah. Well, this can still go very well. No worries, people. Let's just help her a bit. And the idle time was really, really not too bad. But now we were lacking we are still lacking things. The idea to go for the berries was too early when comparing the amount of woodcutters that I had. And the mill placement isn't probably too optimal either. This is going to work really fine. It's going to be a splendid lumber camp, and our opponent shall never know that there were any trouble with that. Now we are Bengalis, and there are our sheeps or geese. So Binibong, so the opposite of May play. After 30 minutes, no eco. So as a reply to the earlier UC comment, we are in 30 minutes and the only army we have is 10. And that might very well be the case. Oh, but we are lacking a house again. What to do? We can't get to the next age with this eco. We are lacking the second boar. Well, that's what happens when you try to read the chat. But yeah, so even if you are doing meme strats, okay, now this is going to be like goodbye. And I would do well to remember that we are against Khmer. Oh, why I do? Just like it's like we didn't remember to tell our villagers to work. Not very typical to us, but of course that could happen. So in the first games that I played, I was really cleverly trying these new things, such as hopping to the TC and using the arrow fire to kill boars, and sometimes I managed to kill them with the TC. That wasn't very well done, but other times oh no. Well, perhaps he deserted, so no one was killed, he just deserted. That tells that our opponent knows how to use the heal bonus, so we may be in trouble. But little do they know that we are planning this very clever archer approach that's going to take them by surprise. Now, we were a bit unlucky that we didn't witness too many things as of yet. Goodbye. So we don't know where our opponent is and all that. That would be helpful at some point later on. And now we are also lacking the relevant wood to create some farms to support our economy, but referring to the earlier comment from Binibong, the after 30 minutes no eco, it still sounds really promising if you have managed to create an army, no matter if it's a bit lacking on some fronts perhaps, but there are clearly different strengths and weaknesses between people and the things they are focusing or choosing to focus with their attention. A new scout, no upgrades as of yet, but could be a matter of time, of course. And was even capable of avoiding the arrow fire by this ever so small chains of... Okay, house it is, thank you. And after that we will figure out something. Early wheelbarrow is my strength now. You heard it here first. So if we are ever going to surprise our opponent with archers, which is not something that we are probably going to be able to do anymore, it would have been... Ooh, hello! It might have been a... No, I'm not sure about that. But perhaps that's still a viable thing to do. Uh-oh, that was my problem, my mistake. Go help your friend. Na 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 na. So a few archers from their part. And now I'm that wasn't probably supposed to happen, but there is. Dun dun dun. Now, what I was thinking was that we can always surprise move and buy ourselves to the next age, since we are a bit late with the archers. I'm not sure about that either, but I presume my opponent knows what they are doing, and if that's the case, then they are doing the right thing, of course. Goodbye. But they are very active with the... Now I've just blocked my my spearmen, so they can't move that easily. Well, someone should probably have built that too, but... Oh! Very nice scout play from their part. No, I don't think we care too much about that. We were supposed to... Oh, but yeah, we are going to need this. Na 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 na. And I'm not sure how long we have been idling our TC, but could have been a few minutes here and there. Let's forget about that and take this one instead. And we can still surprise our opponent with archers, even though we are elephants, and we don't get too good archers. But still, yes. Now we have a plenty of gold. We are going to have plenty of farms. There's a few surprising archers. and then perhaps a few spears, just in case. But now we are playing it blind, and that's not very good idea generally. Because we don't know where our opponent is, we don't know their capabilities. We can only presume that since we didn't give them any early aggression, they are going to just boom behind this early scout rush and some pressure, and then enjoying their lives. They are knights, so it would make sense to try to secure this base a bit, but that's of course not exactly what we are going to do. Instead we are revealing our archer and then running with these. Yes, they are not hitting two places simultaneously, so that's something. No. So this is a surprisingly tough game, of course, but games easily are at this level. And now we are lacking the wood, but luckily we have enough to build ourselves town center here. Yes. Oh, have you been here for long? Well, alright, yes. Let's try this one, if we can manage to make it happen. So the early knight aggression, some might claim is enough to make us fall, and they wouldn't be too much off, since we are lacking the quite a few upgrades, for example. So this looks rather bad at this moment, but we must not forget that we are still a very potent civilization, and we will eventually overcome all these troubles that are now forced at our way. But still, being forced to buy wood at this level, or at this phase of the game, is not very nice, I must admit. And all that time we have had spear and an archer. Okay, so they're coming from there. Okay. It would make sense to upgrade. Oops. Well, that could be denied quite easily. But luckily we have this another town center here. As a new streamer, let me tell you, you're doing great keeping up with conversation. It's very hard to play while streaming when new. I found that. Thanks. And now you... oh no, that was a mistake. You probably are also able to add to that it doesn't even show that I'm at any way lost while doing this. I know that sounds ironic since your base is being eaten, but I mean broadly speaking. Thanks. And yeah, I didn't take it in any other fashion. Since I think that if I did try hard this, I would be able to come with some other somewhat different, not necessarily better result, like winning wise, but I may die in a different fashion. And Binibong Baron continues, may I offer some practical advice for a new player that has played against a lot of AI? Please. I think that might be helpful for other people as well. Depends of our viewers, but I wouldn't be surprised if there are a few AI, few friends that I have faced AI of mine around at least, and perhaps I could use a hint or two to just for the testing purposes. It might be better to stick to one town center or two at most. keep making villagers and use all extra resources to make as much army and technology as you can. Easier to focus on one TC whilst making army. 3 is too many and open you up to attack. Yes, especially now I can feel that when I'm losing the eco to create anything. So while having multiple towns is very good, of course, like why not? It's still a lot of resources, and every villager that I have created and are now mostly dead have also been the opportunity cost in this economy term is that that's one spearman less that could have been instead. So when my opponent showed up with scouts, it's very similar story than with the last game where they only had knights to begin with. The response could have been to I'll give them the joy of trying to destroy this town center. I'm still lacking fletching, so there's a chance it's going down. So like I may have to face the fact that if I'm trying to play this open, I'm going to need some force to fight against or to overcome any initial aggression from my opponent. GG, well played. Now, since this has been, not every game has been like this, luckily, but since this has been a very common theme, and especially if I have an opponent that knows how to play the game, how to control the units and follow them through, I may have to be more humble in a sense of not trying to just build eco with military building around, not producing anything from that, since they are better than that. Who knew? And Binny Bong Baron. I remember watching a Viper video a good year or so before I started online. He said it, if you are learning, leave walls open so you get good at reactions. But if you wanna boom, better to wall a lot. Also remember 1k elo now is probably equal to 1.3, 1.4 elo 2-3 years ago. Yeah, I'm regarding the elo point, I'm waiting for my true elo to show up, since I've also noticed when I try to check the opponents afterwards to see whether they are cleverly trying to practice some strategies or sticking to certain civilizations and whatnot, that some services show elo being some 200 less, or perhaps it just wasn't updated, but still, like having 1k elo is something that I don't deserve at this point, or whatever the number is. I don't have the consistency to show that, since I only know a handful of maps to begin with. Like the Gold Rush today was the first time I played it in 20 years perhaps, and it was slightly different back then, if it even existed. So and now luck plays a huge factor. That what kind of opponent shows up, are they new or familiar with the game, and also is the map familiar to them, are they on the streak of trying some very powerful strategy and trying to build up their elo doing that, or are they just goofing around trying different things. And if I happen to get this goofing around player playing the last game of the day for the laughs, then I may have a better chance of winning against someone who's trying to improve the last milliseconds of their build, for example. Microphone cracking. Now why would that be? Let's see if our OBS has something that explains that. Thanks for letting me know. Perhaps that's the child lock to keep other things progressing as well, and not just elo thingies. Now, is there something we can do to try to find out why that would be the case? Let's see. At least we shouldn't have too many things happening simultaneously, just making sure of that. Things like virus scanning just in case. Alright, it's perhaps a good moment to verify that. But I presume it's not constantly happening. No, it is? Okay. More intensified clicking. Alright, OBS said just earlier that the whatever this is, well, streaming or something functionalities overheated or overloaded, and you might want to adjust the quality. Now that message is gone, but does that help us? I'll have to monitor this for a while and see what happens. No, it's still cracking. That's weird. Yeah, and hope you can make sense out of this. Let's try this very important. Oh, the chat works. Huh? Who knew? Okay. So let's verify the situation now. Still, there are problems. Huh. So we can presume that something's overheating. That may not be the network connection. But just a moment. We are about to reach the ending point nevertheless, but I'd like to check the game. Or check the game recording, but if the sound is like that, then that's awful. So just give me a second. And thanks. Now I'm interested in hearing. Ooh, so it happens in this computer. Okay. Just one more. And take 2. Doop doop doop. Na 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 na. So far, not hideous. Huh. Okay. Let's verify from the stream. Well, what I heard, it sounded better. But please do let me know if the problem persists. Okay. So where were we? Another lost game to a very skillful opponent. Nothing to be ashamed of, but losing a scout after getting the first hit is of course painful. Any pro player can tell you that. So if I had watched more carefully, I may not have lost that, and then I would have been able, presumably, hopefully, find out where my opponent was located. All that would have been useful, even if I wasn't able to produce any actual pressure towards them. At least I would have known where to go. Now, is there something that I missed? Yes. Billy Bong Baron mentioned that this Viper advice that I read earlier, that it's good to play open so one can practice the reaction game. And that sounds about right. Welcome back, Billy Bong Baron, and thanks for letting me know about the issue. Let's see if that returns right away when we hop to the game. Because the thing I'd like to close this up with this current stream is rewatching the 5 minutes and 5 minutes of proper gameplay that I had here and some chaos here in between, and try to make some mental notes. And the problem was unidentifiable so far. I did reboot this microphone, or what is this external audio interface, And if that was that, then very good. Could have been overheating that. And yes, click enough buttons, replug enough cables. That's the magic of sound. And luckily it was fixed this time. But yeah, it wasn't stream quality since I was able to monitor that sound as well. But could have been overheating, what have you. We'll see if it returns right away, now that we have this very graphics intensive game running here in the background. So what I was trying to do was to load the record and then watch through the, it would have to be this. And closing comments from Binibong Baron. Right, it's 5:30 p.m. and I planned to go game and haven't done so yet, so I will be heading out now. Oh, hey, thanks for sticking by. And I will be following you online soon if you are streaming. At least catch a glimpse of that, but have a good game. Or even multiple if you are able to do that. And it was a pleasure to meet you. I'll drop by from time to time and try to encourage chat to help you grow. Thanks. I shall do likewise. That's what good people do, right? And I'm streaming and plan to do so now. Doodle. Good stream. And see you soon, hopefully. Thanks for sticking. And for all the advice and conversation as well. And now, and of course it might be fair thing to thank for the feedback about the cracking or crackling sound, because it's it could be somewhat painful. Some wise people sometimes said that it's not too much of an issue if the screen quality is bad, that people can, their eyes and brain can make things look something, as the early Age of Empires players know when looking at the neat graphics from that time, but also the difference between the graphics we have now with these definite editions. The brains can fill in the pixels and perhaps curve some lines that are quite straight and bulky. But if the sound is off, then that's a different story. For some reason, ears are that much more sensitive instrument that they don't take any stupid noise as music. And there are no exceptions, no rap music, no nothing. So it's good to get feedback regarding issues that are easily very troublesome or make the watching or viewing experience terrible, since we happen to have tools that should help us avoid those. So our build was a bit odd, perhaps. The lumber camp placement wasn't very good, and then we were lacking on food and all that. The map wasn't too good, but like having this huge front open. But I'm excited to see how our opponent played, since I didn't have a chance to catch Santi Gabe while we were playing. Like, what was the play? Because now we have some scout harassment and very good reaction. You just have to take my word for that if you weren't watching that earlier. And now my scout is approaching, you can tell from the minimap, and I'm giving him very hard time. But now we are excited to see how long. Just very I'm just running away, but now I could kill you. And then that's what happens. It takes some 5 minutes for me to notice, but I do notice before the corpse vanished, so it's about right here perhaps when I noticed that. All right, yes, that was the noise. Yes, very good, very good. Next time you won't get that so easily. And that would have been good kill, because now my active opponent scans the forests, sees that there's a lumber camp. Well, he knew about this earlier, of course, but now he knew there wasn't an additional one here, so pressuring this would be very important. And now I didn't wall as per Viper's recommendations. Thanks for Beanie Bong and Baron for reminding me of that, the reasoning, that why I chose to play the game the way I do. But so what is happening here is my opponent has been adding villagers. We are still even at those, and there are few scouts coming, and probably perhaps once I saw the scouts, it probably made very little sense to add archers or try to add archers, because I could have created a few scouts of my own. And then I would have had a very natural army to fight against the scouts and later the knights. Now, instead what I did was I created a few spearmen, not enough, mind you, but just a few. And started to dream about this surprise attack with archers. Now, my opponent is very vulnerable, of course, but I don't know where their base is. They could be anywhere on the map, from my point of view. I have this soul spearman there, could be useful here as well, but well, can't have them everywhere. So just being more active with my spears would be useful. Now, I still have a few villager lead. I did forget to queue more, and they are now going to Castle Age, but this is the moment where I could be adding more villagers still, since I'm not quite there yet. I'm lacking the building and all that. And this is probably the moment where, like, as soon as they reach the Castle Age, I lose the villager advantage that I had, losing only one, so forth. So this early pressure did made my game messier, but it was just a continuum from the beginning, of course. But at this point there's very little damage done. They managed to get to Castle Age 2 minutes earlier than me, and now there are the knights coming. And I should have, instead of this archery range, for example, I could have built blacksmith and created armor for my spearmen, for example, and kept on producing them. Now, having a single archer or two doesn't kill you, but I don't need any gold, so I should be utilizing the market way more if I'm planning to do that. And if I did do stable, I would, in a minute, I would be able to produce knights myself. So this was very messy and a bit throwish game from my side. Like the reactions that we were so planning to have, proper reactions, weren't there. I didn't notice the score drop when my opponent switched to third age, and like didn't take the scout opening seriously. And now I would have enough resources to add stable, for example. And having blacksmith would be very helpful because I could invent or research the fletching to give more support for the town centers that I had as my protective measure. And so this was really I don't know what Sandy Gabe was thinking, but probably there might have been times where he might have been wondering whether I'm awake or like I'm the best AOE player on some categories for sure, but what are the labels attached to this guy? Like the player who plays single-handedly after pouring some coffee over onto his eyes and onto the keyboard or something. But also this, I think the approach was good. Like the Sandy kept the pressure and didn't, like, I don't see any reactions. Like this archer, if it did move just a few screens further, it would have been, well, like it would have forced something. Now it's trying to kill this house, not caring about the people behind that. It's still lacking fletching, so this was really curious, really good game, of course, but I could have reacted better, especially since I lost my scout. It would have made sense to create stable to be able to have a new one, and the fact that my opponent bent scouts, so there were multiple like easy reasons why it would have been the play instead of trying to look for the archers. And now the cold gatherers, that's like, why not? But if I'm about to play the booming game, then I could have just invested in the wood and farms instead. But well, nothing to be ashamed of. But having fletching here would be very nice, because now the arrows are just tickling, and the fact that I did have archery range, so I was trying to utilize that. Here goes. Like this could have been perhaps a one eco kill had I been really careful. But this is the sort of game that I had as my first match or so, and it felt so good that okay, though this is total dominance. That my opponent is somehow they're doing their best, but there's no way to overcome my skills, and I hope that this is the sort of take that Sandy Gabe got from this. That okay, this is going to be fun, because it should be, it could be. There's every chance for this journey through this game to be a really fun quality time with newly acquired friends and some old friends that are staying with us while we go. But this approach, they can tell perhaps from the score as well, if they are very capable people that no, and this is one of the points that we are trying to improve upon in the future games. This is 30 minutes is approaching. We have 0 military against 30, and they already have made their presence known to us. So this was no surprise attack or anything. We knew that there are knights and scouts around. We just didn't care, or we didn't have the resources. At this point we slowly had resources, but well, But this was an interesting game to watch, nevertheless. So I'm glad we did, because they are only now adding more economy, just in case, probably. Just if there's probably a reason our opponent is still in the game, so better play it safe and add some farms and eventually add some town centers if need be. But there was very little for them to be worried about. I hope they are watching this game recording as well, to get this feel about the good moves that took place. But yeah, very good cavalry build on their part and poor reaction on mine, but that's of course because they were able to harass me and steal my attention away from the importance of thinking what I'm doing. And lesson learned, perhaps next time I'll try to follow the scouts path too. But now there are things I'm not aware about, so I know no, not like this. I know there's this way of following people. Oh no, that's raiding people is what I do know how to follow people. I'm very good at that. But we are curious how we might go about and trying to raid some other channel. But I presume there's going to be a very easy way to achieve just that. /raid, and there we go. Reminds me of the there are like, I don't know how many commands. Raid a channel, and do we have a chance to choose? Let's play around with this. Okay, so we need a channel that we are interested in, and due to the latest whereabouts, it's very, just give me a second to get a hang of the system. So I'm choosing quality content for you to enjoy, and the way we do it is by going through all the quality people we know, of course, and who happen to be online. Let's see now. Well, aren't we happy that there are this many people streaming this game at this hour? Good for you. And to summarize this, let's to be promptly done with the stream. First of all, thank you all for sticking with us and with me, most of everything. We can claim that we have played a few games, yes, focused on not losing units. We have focused. Have we managed to do that? Have utilized fishing not once, but we noticed that there was this one Arabia game where we could have done some fishing. So that's of course a very, very good thing. And rejoicing took place, and we also made friends along the way, which is very important thing. And then we have few takes, but takes from day 6 soon to follow. Now it goes without saying that we may have learned a few tricks. I'll think about them off stream. But thank you all for your... Hold on now. Yes. Thank you all for your time and attention, comments and follows and what's nuts. Cheers and shared laughs. That has been a blast on my part to witness. So not only playing a video game and trying to learn new skills, but also getting to share the moments with other people. And now I'll see where to send you off. Since we happen to have a few people we are interested in or have familiarized ourselves already, but it doesn't feel like they are very pretty much around as of yet. So what we can do is check some nice looking stream and send them our love now that we have much to spare. So perhaps something relaxing for the change. I'll just verify that the language is what it ever happens to be. So just a moment. Alright, let's see how this works. Hopsi Paapeli, täällähän on ollut sähinää. Indeed, this has been a very active day in the stream. And now you came just in time to witness our raiding attempt. I'll try to send you off to relaxing team games channel of Egenem17. Let's see how it goes. Thanks you all for staying around and enjoying your days with us all. Take care. Whoa, but no, I cannot do that because their settings are off, or they may be very cleverly set. So I'll spend extra minutes finding someone else to surprise us with our cunning archer attack. Ooh. Age of Empires using controller. This is going to be a civilized experience. So let's try again. And hope this is going to be a really enjoyable view. Ja Hopsi Paapeli, striimikaveri löytynyt. Indeed, we have made friends along the way. Let's see if I typed this correctly. But raiding Anglobar is happening soon. Thank you for your times. But their settings disallow that as well. Oh no. perhaps there are some downsides to this raiding thing that I didn't realize, because people aren't always allowing that. It's like they don't want to make friends. But luckily there are others, like KillerChock14. So still quality content is assured. Take it away. Nice ride. Okay. Next one on the list are low elo Age of Empires players. Yes. Up 312. Off we go. The people these days. Just when I'm trying to do new things, it's just like the games today. Here I'm trying to learn new things, and then somehow my opponents outgame me. There is chill games from Nesius Blaze, but is he chill enough to allow us to raid him? No. Could be that I should be friends with people, for example, so not to storm their channels with people who are potentially very not nice. Now, of course, they don't know you, they don't know me, so they have a reason to stop that from happening. But okay, so few extra minutes we try, and if a few extra channels don't cut it, then the raid thing is happening later. This is exactly the kind of quality content that I set out to create. Enjoying my time, yes, and then also letting other people into the secret enjoy their lives as well. Okay, it's doubt huge Twitch setting setter who would allow us to raid. No, I have to make friends, and I have to make good friends who stream. So Hopsi Pabri, now it's your moment to take it away, since I can't see that we would have Binibong Baron playing as of yet, for example. Well, that's it then. We did our best. It was this good, and now this is a very good reason to try to find even better friends that we currently have, and to befriend the people we admire so that we would make it easy. It would be that much easier to spread the knowledge and excitement of video games and Age of Empires in particular. But thanks you all for sticking by through this raiding attempt number 1. Next time we are going to be that much more clever with our raiding. So stay tuned and have a nice day here and there. hope you enjoy your lives, and if not, hope you have tools to fix that and make it a reality. Life worth living. Thank you all, and see you around. Bye bye.